Okay. Yo, yo, what's up? What's up? I feel like, let's see. Yo, it's the endgame timer slot guy. Yeah, what's up? Yeah, apparently that's what I'm known as. Apparently that's what I'm known as now. I guess again, maybe I'll bear this cross, I suppose. Some snake, some doggo, some chaos. What's up, everybody? Yo, welcome. Welcome. What's up? What's up? Welcome. So yeah, I guess today's stream. What's up, Einhand? Yeah, I guess today's stream is gonna be an interesting one. Gonna be an interesting one. And again, I'm not even stalling. We're just gonna kind of wait a little bit and do our preamble and then get into it. W thumbnail. Do you like that one? Did you like that one? Was that a good one? I thought it was pretty funny. Straight to react slot. Yeah, no stalling today. We'll just kind of catch up a little bit before we get into things. Yeah, I feel like today the stream. Okay, this is why I was talking about it in the Discord. So people were like sending me this in the Discord. This is partly why I wanted to discuss this, because I just think it's interesting and should be kind of fun to discuss with everybody. But no, yeah, it has the potential to kind of go off the rails a little bit. So we're gonna have to be careful. You have to be careful. 30-hour react stream, dude. There's like 30 to 40 minutes something. So this is like what we're gonna even be looking at is, weirdly enough, not even mainly the 1.4 review, but like this discussion about the review, which again I just found interesting and I think worth talking about. And we'll also talk about the review a little bit, but it's from this live stream. It's like 30 to 40 minutes. I don't want to get too swamp ass with it because it's like, a bit. It's like a segment of a live stream. It's not like a video or anything. But what do you think about the Ananta PV? Yeah, so the Gamescom, all the trailers have been coming out. Dude, I'm thinking about making a video about the Silver Palace trailer that we saw because I'm just kind of into Silver Palace. As far as Ananta goes, I've said this before, I've just never really been into GTA urban type games, these like life sim games, I've never really been into them as much. So Ananta I never really like had expectations for Ananta personally, because of my own subjective pace. I don't think that trailer was like the best trailer. I think the first trailer they put out was a lot better. It just feels like a not a well-made trailer, So I think over the coming week or whatever, we'll see people who are playing the game and streaming it and posting actual gameplay of it to see what you actually do in the game. But I mean, it looks like it has potential, so I feel like we just don't really know anything still about it. Like what is the game, this is what Pixel Tree said. I had a video, I watched his, but like what is the game? What is Ananta? Like, what do you do in it? What's up, Hippo? What's up, Maxim? 1.4 out, 1.4 review, 1.4 hours, 1.4 day react. Okay, yeah, we're not gonna spend. I mean, we might spend like a while talking about it, but what do you think of Silver Palace DLC? I don't think it's a DLC. It's not like a separate like DLC or anything. It's just like gonna be a game mode, right? Whatever. Yeah, I'll have to like check it out and write more extensive thoughts on it. It's not what I was expecting. Not what I was expecting. Yeah, it's multiplayer, so that's good. It looks like a Resident Evil, horror type game mode, which again, not what I was expecting, but I'm definitely down for unique ideas, unique game modes, unique gameplay. Like, I'm overall very excited. I'm very excited to try it and see how it plays. They called it a DLC? That's weird. For Ananta, you realized immediately that you're not the target audience. Yeah, I don't think I'm the target audience for that, but I'm excited, I guess, for the people that are excited. I think if it's free to play, like, there's really no harm in trying it and seeing if you like it, which I might end up doing, but the Diamond Dog. Yeah. It's free, so the best promotion would be just basically just trying the game. Yeah. 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 I'm not like it just comes down to my subjective. Like, with GTA's, like, everyone's talking about it. It's gonna be the biggest video game ever made. I've just never really been into GTA. I've never seen the appeal. I've never been into it. I like like Baldur's Gate 3, like The Witcher 3, like Souls games. Never really been into GTA. Never really liked it. So, it's just for Silver Palace, it's just an upcoming multiplayer mode in development. Yeah, so multiplayer, very surprised, very pleased. I'm gonna make a video, I think, talking about this, like a dedicated video for it, because I'm very pleased. I'm assuming that the Silver Palace devs must have seen my video. the only reasonable deduction is that they must have seen my video. They immediately spent millions of dollars on a Gamescom trailer slot to assuage my fears of not having unique game modes. So I'm very proud of them. I'm very proud of the Silver Palace devs. Getting noticed. No, I mean, they probably didn't see my video, but Silver Palace, much more up your alley. TVH, not sure if you enjoy multiplayer mode. I think multiplayer co-op is almost always, for me, it's almost always a hit. Co-op, just like working with other people is just always a great feeling. But what do you think of the Witcher 3 Remastered DLC? Very, very excited. Again, not something I was expecting. Very excited. I recently had started a Witcher 3 playthrough, like a new fresh playthrough. And I might just put that on hold and wait for the remaster and just start all the way over again from scratch, from fresh, and just play on the remaster and all the DLCs and stuff. The thing about CD Projekt Red with The Witcher is that they essentially were like, the darling of the game industry after Witcher 3. They had all of this great reputation, all of this great, consumer goodwill, and they immediately set it all on fire with Cyberpunk's release. But they've been like slowly trying to win that back with like, working on Cyberpunk, patching it, fixing it for free over the course of like a very long time, right? Cyberpunk DLC was really well received, was really good. Now they're doing this Witcher 3 remaster for free, plus making the old DLCs free, which is insane. They're even having a new DLC for Witcher 3, which will probably be worth the money. Dude, the thing is, when it comes to the goodwill, like, if they hadn't done that stuff, I probably would not buy Witcher, like straight up would just like not buy Witcher 4. Or I just would have like terrible expectations for Witcher 4. But since they did, I'm a little more optimistic about Witcher 4. And I'm still not going to buy Witcher 4 day one. I think like once you've like burned that bridge, you can't win that trust back of like the day one release. Like, I'm not gonna pre-order it. I'm not gonna buy it day one. I'm obviously gonna like watch a review and look at some gameplay first. But like, I might buy it like day two or something, you know. So for GTA, the story serves as the pull, but multiplayer RPing is the main thing. Yeah, like multiplayer RP again. Yeah, not my thing. Not my thing at all. So not really a target audience for that. Maybe some people are. Maybe some people are. Assuming by how many people love GTA, I assume that's a lot of people. Yeah, 3 years of Cyberpunk and 2.0 update is good enough for putting the goodwill again. Yeah. Really hyped for upcoming Metro, kind of hyped for Silver Palace. 1666 Amsterdam also looks really promising. Yeah, I didn't see those trailers for those other two, but yeah, Silver Palace. I'm excited. Very, very, very just like optimistic and hopeful. Like just seeing this mode that looks unique enough. I want to play it and see it, what it is. But again, you know, anytime a developer is doing something unique and new, it just kind of shows you like this, you know, they have these ideas, they have this vision. I think one of the least attractive thing about like a game project or a game developer or studio or series or whatever is when the series has like no vision, like zero vision. It's just, oh, we're just copying whatever the popular thing. Like, that's just not inspiring. At least if I'm seeing something new out there, I'm seeing them like with some, you know, same ambition, some ideas, like, you know, these are like creative people working on their vision, then that's inspiring. That makes me optimistic. Subsuit. But yeah. Okay. Speaking of optimism and vision, how about Arknight's Endfield, guys? How about Arknight's Endfield 1.4? How about these reviews? Okay, what I want to say first is that so like I have pre-watched a lot of this. I watched this entire 1.4 review. I might have forgotten parts of it because like it's long, but you know, and then I pre-watched like this segment we're about to watch. And what I will say is that in I think in some cases the comments that are analyzed here are kind of like friendly fire towards Mr. Kaze a little bit. Like I think this 1.4 review is like pretty fair. I don't really remember any like weird moments in it. I thought it was like pretty good and fair and stuff, and was much better to me than his past reviews. Like I'm not really afraid to say that I just like disagreed with how past reviews were done and talked about and stuff. And we'll get more into that I think later, but yeah, I disagree with those. I think this was done much better because it's not just about glazing the game and saying it's good. It's like with the way the game is talked about, right? And I think one of the things that we'll get into is that, like, you know, you want to talk about the game itself. You don't necessarily want to talk about like, oh, I'm reporting on what everyone is feeling about the game. Like, it just isn't. It just like isn't that. I don't know. It's just not that important how how people are feeling. Like, I'm just saying how people are feeling, right? Like that's not really relevant to how the game is. If you're talking about like the story or how a certain gameplay thing or certain elements of the game is, just saying like, this is how people feel, you know. No preamble today, he said 10 minutes ago. I said there'd be a preamble. I said we wouldn't stall. Okay. Cookie gets sidetracked easily. Are you talking about something specific? The review extended my Kukikaze subscription. Like trying too hard to be objective. Maybe. And that whole like objective versus subjective thing is something that we get into. I wrote like a bunch of notes. So I have like notes on the side for things I want to make sure to mention. Because I tried to like prepare. So, because like when I was writing my notes, again, there are moments where I feel like this could go off the rails very easily, and we're going to try to not do that. We're going to try our best to not do that and not burn any bridges here. Again, I just think it's interesting because I think there's like this, disconnect. Like, there's a very like weird disconnect happening here. And I think we can like clarify and translate some of what's being said and some of the feelings that people are feeling and understand that a little better. Oh no, my tribalistic feelings. So, okay, are we ready? Are we ready? We ready?
Through an A/B test. So,
I think that Kukikaze's audio is much lower than mine. So I turned it up the most that I could. Let me know if it's still too quiet. I don't really know what else I can do about it, except maybe turn down my own mic volume. But if it's like too bad, just let me know.
Explain what occurred.
It's on 1.5, by the way. Yes.
My video. To explain. Can I live read a comment? So, to explain what occurred, my video went through an A/B testing. So if any of you were looking at the video yesterday or 2 days ago, you would have received multiple changing thumbnails because we were testing. We were trying.
Bro, I wanted to ask you why you think BP weapons are good. Yeah, I know you commented on my video. My video of Brax to disagree with that statement. Arcane, for example, needs her sig for int form. I mean, I think BP weapons are just good. I think BP weapons are just good. I don't know. They just feel good for me. And I pull enough signatures passively to where I have a lot of signatures anyway. Like I pulled Arcane signature, So anyway. How are the BP weapons not good? Yeah, I mean, like it's just such a non-issue for me. It's just such a non-issue. It's not even a problem. It's like nobody needs their BP weapon. There are other like intellect weapons you can put on Arcane, I'm pretty sure. Like, I don't think she needs her sig for anything. Anyway, tangent.
Trying to figure out what would get people to like it. So that these were the two thumbnails. This is the current thumbnail that you see, but this is the other one. So at that point in time, I was just thinking, what do people, because I've never done a video thumbnail like this before. So my worry is that people wouldn't like this as like the thumbnail.
Let's skip forward to the comments because basically, the whole thing with the thumbnail to me is like kind of a non-issue because it's just packaging. Like thumbnail title is just packaging. I think clickbait and rage bait are generally like not effective, but like packaging is different from like, the contents or whatever. So it's not really as a big deal, but I think the sentiment of, the sentiment that is being touched on here.
We didn't go from it was great before very condescending, no matter how good faith my arguments are. The game didn't heal, it was great before, and this time it was even better. There is no saving or redemption here. We didn't go from bad to great with 1.4. Fang Yi was great, Camille was great.
By the way, the original thumbnail said, for 1.4 review, there was like the A/B testing, said finally worth it, and the title was something like the game is healing or something like that. And then there are past thumbnails like, it's like a meme now in our chat. It's like, it extended my stay or some shit like that. It's kind of like a meme now,
Was great. We raised the quality bar from great to exceptional, and they will be unable to maintain this patch after patch. No gacha can. The next exceptional patch is going to be a next chapter closing payoff patch, which will require another 2-3 months to build up. I hope Sui will do even better than Camille, Tang. I think he meant Si. Tang and Fang Yi. Do I demand it? No, I'm chilling. Do not misunderstand me. It was a sound review, but the overall framing giving off that Hypercube should hold to this everything before 1.4 was kind of at best, really loses credibility. So I think fundamentally, this person doesn't like the fact that it's almost like saying, because I said that the game is healing, right? They don't like that I wrote it that way because they don't think that way, right? They just think, oh no, but Enfield was great, from 1.0 to 1.3. I don't know why people think that way.
Hold on, let's listen to that again.
From that way because they don't think that way, right? They just think, oh no, but Enfield was great, from one way because it's like saying, because I said that the game is healing, right? They don't like that I wrote it that way because they don't think that way, right? They just think, oh no, but Enfield was great, from 1.0 to 1.3. I don't know why people think that
This is
way.
the thing, right? It's not. This is where the disconnect also is that it's not that people are like, just saying like, oh, well, the game was great before. Why are you saying it wasn't great? It's like it's not saying, they're not trying to say that you can't say the game was bad. People can voice their opinions, but dude, let's get into it more. I'm kind of let's
I think
just hear
it's one
more.
thing for you to feel good and enjoy your time in 1.0 and 1.3, but it's also another thing to, just because you like it, you turn yourself deaf and blind to the people, whether is it a content creator or a non-content creator, who says that they didn't enjoy their time in 1.0, 1.1, 1.2.
See, this is the disconnect, right? And if this question is genuine, where we're asking like, where is this coming from? I think we can answer this. This is the disconnect where like this whole thing where it's saying, you're putting your head in the sand, that you're remaining blind. It's just like not like not the case, And I think the point is that people that were like enjoying the game 1.0 to 1.3 or whatever, even with the fact that like, okay, there's like weaknesses here and there are like things to critique, there are things to improve. People that are enjoying the game, and I think you might be someone might be what's it called, phrasing it in such a way that the game is like, what's the difference between someone saying, oh, well, 1.0 to 1.3 was bad versus someone saying 1.0 to 1.3 was good? This is what I'm trying to say, right? Like these are just people with two different like thoughts on oh my gosh, dude. This is what I said. This is what I meant when I said it can derail quickly. We should be watching all the Why I Quit Enfield vids. There's so many. Wait, the doo-doo Cookie's reacting to right now is your colleague at work, by the way. World is small. It's worth searching for this comment because he replied to Cookie's reaction. Yeah, I did pull it up, so we might look at it because there's some things I wanted to show as well. But so I think the reason that this person also, another reason I wanted to talk about this on stream is because this person did mention me, so I feel like maybe they're either they are either part of the community or they're like know me or something. I don't know. Worth kind of showing up for homie, but because he kind of got like relentlessly shit on by hundreds of people. But anyway, I think the reason this sentiment exists is something that we've talked about before. This why are we phrasing it in such a way that like, why did it, the game was healing, or it's extending my stay, or it's finally worth it, or something like. It's like, why? I think it's like more of the constant negativity, right? Because those statements imply that the game was like pretty bad before and not worth it. Like that's kind of like by definition, if you're saying finally worth it, that means it wasn't worth it before. So one of the Discord said it best. He's just too sheltered being in the Arknight space that kicked out all the bad actors who attacked anyone for having a different opinion. Now that he's starting to see the full picture, he feels that their viewpoint is just as important. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
And I just wonder, like, I don't know. This is the reason why I find that certain Enfield players are so defensive of the game, and they think that, like, I don't like the game when I say bad things about the game, or what they think is bad things. Like, as if the game's never wounded. Yeah, to them the
Dude, I think we need. Can we listen to this on 1.5? Is that
game is good.
Never mind.
To them the game is perfect. You know.
So yeah, again, it's not about like people who think the game is perfect. It's just that's just not what it's about. If I say I like 1.4, does that mean I'm turning a blind eye to those who don't like it? Yeah, it's essentially, yeah. I mean, it's going to require some thinking to get through this one, guys. It's going to require some thinking. It's going to be a deep thought stream.
the game is good. To them the game is perfect. You know. So that there's a long thread about it. That there's people who just thinks it wasn't that great. No, so you see, this is where I get a little bit confused. This is basically Torobro's elitism.
There's a gulf between it's not bad and it's perfect. Yeah. Yeah. We're saying it's good. Even saying it's good and it's perfect. Like, and by the way, like I said in the beginning, I think that let me pull up this comment really quick so I can have it in another tab. I'm gonna pull up the comment chain. Oh wait, it was in the video. That's right. Okay, I was getting confused. Okay, here it is. Just something to keep in mind, by the way, is that, like I was saying, where there's like a little bit of friendly fire on Kooky here with the with some of these statements. Like when I generally, like, you guys have heard me talk about haters a lot. Like when I'm talking about haters, by the way, it's not just people. Like, I think some people maybe think that applies to people that just like criticize or bring critiques or whatever. Haters are like this guy, right? This, like, it was great before and this time it's even better. It was never great, wasn't even good either. Like, haters are like this dude, right? These are the haters who I say, like, don't crawl on your hands and knees for these people. Haters are kind of like, what was this guy? I think like this guy right here. Actually, see, wait, he said he enjoyed. I think, where was it? There was someone said something about clapping seals here. Oh yeah, right, this guy. Enfield's been in a poor state for months. I hate this kind of undeserved petulant glaze. At least the Wooishills aren't giving the devs misleading surveys about the state of the game. Enfield needs supporters that can help address its flaws, not clapping seals that stick their heads in the sand whenever they come into contact with a different narrative. Like, these are the haters, bro. This is what I'm saying. These are the haters who, like, don't crawl on your hands and knees for these people, right? I don't think Kookie's a hater, but I think we're gonna get into like why there's such a disconnect with certain language and certain statements, right? And why these like sentiments come up of like this frustration with like why are we framing the game in such a negative way, right? If you like the game, like why would you say like it's not worth playing, or like new players shouldn't play it? Like, it's that sort of thing, right? That we're gonna examine a little bit. Is it a negative toned review? No, it's not even a negative review. Like I said in the beginning, I'll say it again. It was like a pretty fair and good review, I think. There was really nothing crazy in it. it was better than all the previous stuff for sure. Nobody's saying the game is perfect. We're just saying the game doesn't need saving or is healing. It's progressively getting better, but Kuki almost never acknowledges the good parts. I think in his 1.4 review he acknowledged some of the good parts, which again is why it was better as like a review. I mean, one thing we're gonna talk about too is like the nature of this review as well, because like apparently it's not really a review, it's like a report. So I think that's something that we're gonna get into. But you're not allowed to criticize Arknight's Endfield. Everyone's favorite gimmick chatter is back. Welcome, PK. Everyone's favorite gimmick chatter has arrived. You're allowed to criticize the game, but if you behave like assholes, you get replies in a certain way. Dude, remember this language, by the way?
So without
Remember this language of like clapping seals, you know, sticking your heads in the sand, clapping seals. Where have we heard clapping seals before? Does anybody remember? Does anybody remember where we've heard clapping seals before? Where does this language come from, right? Where do you think this language comes from? Is it a coincidence? Is it necessarily a coincidence that, you know, these people are the ones who are like in agreement with the message, right? Legitimately said right out you wouldn't watch the video unless it got less bullshit titled thumbnails. Yeah.
the added profanity and insanity. The vibe is the same, it's just palatable to a specific group. If you tell what you just said to a normal person, they're gonna laugh at you, call you narrow-minded or elitist and move on with the game. Okay, I think he's not replying to me per se, he was just replying to this. There's another one that wrote over here. That he thinks that it's a bit hyperbolic. There's a good bit of bad writing. Generally, you agree. Thoroughly enjoyed Endfield from launch despite any shortcomings and all the incessant complaints. Person basically wrote that he doesn't like that I will.
I think I refreshed. My heart just skipped a beat. I was like, what was happening?
Thumbnail. And she said that my video is very condescending, no matter how good faith my arguments are.
And by the way, you know, like condescending is not the word I would use, by the way. Condescending is not what I would use. I think so, like condescending is not the word I would use. I just think they're like, I just think these kinds of, the reason sometimes this gets this reaction is that these titles and thumbnails are like in like, you know, extended my stay or like finally worth it or like healing or whatever. Yeah, that was like A/B testing. That one ended up getting taken away, but still, right? Like these thumbnails and titles are in the same vein as like, I'm quitting this game. Oh, this game is so back. I'm coming back. Or it's like, I feel like that's why it gets that reaction. No, I feel like it's not a product of somebody like, oh, this guy's just a, you know, idiot. He's just putting his head in the sand. He's a clapping seal. I'm pretty sure that's like not a crazy leap. You're getting rage baited by titles, that's on you. I also like, dude, I genuinely, again, I don't think this comment was like ad hominem or whatever. I think this guy got kind of shit on unfairly, but we'll see if we read more of it. If there's
heal, it was great before,
you know, ad hominem or whatever.
Better. There is no saving or redemption here. We didn't go from bad to great with 1.4. Fang Yi was great, Camille was great, Tang Tang was great. We raised the quality bar from great to exceptional, and they will be unable to maintain this patch after patch. No gacha can. The next exceptional patch is going to be our next chapter closing payoff patch, which will require another 2-3 months to build up. I hope Sui will do even. I think it's harder. I find it harder to convince people. They mention Abby Glitter Slav. I'm just, I would
like, is it as important?
50 people would watch. Oh, you're more pandering. bigger. I feel like that comes with the problem of when you get bigger, people start to think, oh, you're more pandering. You know, you say things just to appeal to certain people. You say things just so that you can be more PR, or you want to chase views and all that kind of thing. So it makes me a little bit sad that, like, because I've been here for 7 years, it's almost like as if I lost my purity as a content creator. But at the same time, I also think the role of the said people is very different from how I have been.
Criticizing dog shit bait titles isn't getting rage baited. Yeah, I don't think it's getting rage baited either. I don't think there was any rage bait. There was no like raging, I feel like, occurring. It's just kind of like, I feel like it's kind of fair. Like, why are we framing it in this way? You know? I don't know, dog.
Content creator that is, for one, I think I've come to realize people do not understand the difference between complaints and just someone who's telling you, hey, I have my thoughts, but let me also tell you what other people are feeling, which is why I said, like, the way I see.
Oh, wait, yeah, okay. This is something that, oh man, the whole like reporter thing. So this adds more context as well. So I think the whole thing with like there being a reporter, you need to differentiate incessant complaints from me being a literal reporter of complaints. I think, when you get into the idea that like the review is actually like a report, it just like not to, I hate to say it, but it's like, why the review is not meant to be like a kind of like investigative piece, not really like an like a journalistic report on
my review sessions at times is literally just being a reporter of what I see that is being said online, And as much as I like the game a lot in Endfield, I think it's harder. I find it harder to convince people that Endfield is a good game as compared to AK being a good game. Like, I find that there is a lot more strong reasons for AK having, of course, benefit being AK has been such a long time game and it has improved so much and created so many things for people to do. But Endfield, perhaps disadvantage lower amount of time of being around, but it's not easy to go around telling people, oh, by the way, this game is awesome, this gacha is awesome, this combat is so good.
Yeah, like, let me consult my notes, bro. Just reporting on the opinion of a bunch of elitists who hate. Yeah, like, so I think when it comes to like reporting, by the way, like what, who or what are we reporting is my question. Is it like, 100 people in the live stream chat, or like a few like, YouTube chat like YouTube comment section comments, or like, if we're making the claim that the review is like a report of the community reception, then okay, if you want to be like, look at like Jason Schreier. Okay, if you want to be like a journalist, look at Jason Schreier. He has like contacts in the industry. He gets interviews with developers. He goes and talks to them. He gets information given to him, like sometimes anonymously from people who are like quote unquote leaking, I guess. But like sharing information with a reporter who then reports on it, and then they like cross-reference that information, that testimony, against the testimony of like other people in the industry or other people at the company. Like, that's a report, right? If you want to make a report about, but like this is the community sentiment on the game, where is that sentiment coming from is my question. And also, if it's a review, again, I told you this would go off the rails. This is why I was trying to contain it a little bit. But if it's a review, like genuinely, why do we care about the review? Because a review is supposed to be like, probably, right? Like, it's different from a report. I don't know if it's just me or what, but And then this thing about like Arknights, right? Where it's like, okay, well, you can look at Arknights, and because, you know, Arknights, you can say it's a little more objectively good rather than subjective, because like something like people are there's a lot of evidence because people are saying it's good. And again, this is just like our kind of like social media brain, like this perception, like our social media bubble that we live in is telling us, like our little echo chamber is kind of telling us, like, you know, if I see like 100 people saying this, it must be true. There's all these like appeals to the majority as well that I don't like. There's like these appeals to the majority. Okay, like no people aren't saying that Enfield's good, so Enfield, the community sentiment is bad. And then I think that's why we get to this point where people are kind of like, you know, because community is such a big part of these games. Community is such a big part of these games, and feeling like you're part of this group who likes the same thing, you discuss it, you talk about the updates, you play the updates together, you're doing the story, you're doing this or that, you know, discussing the characters, whatever. Like, that's fun, right? It's kind of a downer to have somebody who's constantly like, quote unquote, like reporting, talking on the game, but it's just constantly talking about how like it's kind of like dying, or on the downhill, it's teetering on the edge. It's just like barely keeping me invested. It's only just now worth it after 6 months. Like, you know, and even I don't know, man. Like, it's just, there's just so much that is just not. It's just like contradictory. And, you know, dude, like the whole thing. If we're basing this thing on Enfield against, like, I don't know, trailer views, you know, like trailer views, or like the views that content, I mean, later, so in a little bit, there's what I would say was a justified crash out over like a view comparison, but also I actually don't think the guy was doing like a view comparison comment. But it was basically saying like it's ridiculous to like base things off of like this got more views than that, right? And I agree, that is ridiculous. But then why is it okay to say that like this game's in trouble? This game is like it's like widely disliked and not enjoyed if it's getting less views on like its trailers than like Genshin Impact trailers, you know, like, I mean, by the same metric, I could say that Arknights is a terrible game that is widely disliked because its trailers get less views than like Genshin Impact trailers. You know, its posts get less views and likes than Genshin Impact posts. Arknights is a bad game, right? It's a widely disliked game that's like kind of hated by the community, right? I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. How likely are you to recommend Enfield to a friend? This is the other thing where I just have to use my media literacy, because there's all this like, you know, I love Enfield, I just want it to be better. I really love this game. Meanwhile, like, would you recommend it to a friend? No, I wouldn't. Like, I just don't think you can, I think these are mutually exclusive thoughts, right? I don't think you can say that like, I genuinely don't think a new player would like this, but oh, I love this game though. You know, like, I just don't really get that. Six months, people still giving Arknights a potential game? So far, Kuki somehow translated the game was great and it's getting better to this guy stating Enfield's perfect. Also monitoring the AK community. Ain't gonna tell you how much people really like Arknights Enfield. Yeah, no. It's, you know, where is this community sentiment coming from is my idea. Like, I think we need to be aware of like the whole like echo chamber and perception issue of, and that, dude, that's why I think it's just such a useless conversation to say like, this is how people feel about the game. If you don't have hard data on that, and also, by the way, why does it even fucking matter how people feel about the game? Like, honestly, why does it even matter? Because there's like, Enfield is doing well. It has a pretty sizable player base. It's in the green financially. The game is good and enjoyable. We're enjoying it. Why does it matter if like, you know, instead of if it's like, instead of 1 million, it should be like what, 2 million, 3 million, 4 million? Like, how much is enough? And if the developers are, I think I said it, I've said this many times. I opened like Brax's page to make an example of this video. Like, Brax said this in this video. Light Zhang, or Haimao, whatever you want to call him, has said multiple times in the devlogs that Enfield, you know, with Enfield, they have consciously made decisions. Like, I think we've all noticed this and said this. They have consciously made decisions with the game that have put it in more of a niche, like have more of a niche appeal, such as the factory. Lightjong explicitly said for the factory, they knew that it would be like, make it a little more niche, would make it like kind of turn some people off. But this was their vision of the game they wanted to create. This was their, what they wanted to make. And they did that knowing that it would turn people off, right? So what if the developers just kind of have this ambition, this like project, this game they want to make of something that they, this idea that they want to bring to life? Does it necessarily need to be like, oh, we're just going to copy Genshin Impact? Like, because what do we truly want, right? Does like every game need to be like Genshin Impact levels of success or like Wuthering Waves or whatever the standard is? If we're enjoying it, if it has a sizable enough player base community and is like making enough money to sustain itself and even like fuel projects for other kinds, it's like in the green, right? Do we want developers who are necessarily, instead of like wanting to make a good game and a good project to bring their vision to life, do we want developers who are like, we need to be as mass appeal slop as possible. We need to copy Genshin. We need to copy WUA, mass appeal slop, keep all that shit out of the game, whatever makes the highest amount of numbers. We're shooting for high trailer count, high trailer views. Like that's what we want. We don't want to make the game that we like. We want high views on our trailers. Like, I just don't necessarily know what what is that's like the logical conclusion to this line of thought. Is it not? I can't think of like, where else does this lead? Ryuku is often doing what JP thinks of videos, and even gets a lot of "you're cherry picking" comments. Kuki's "what's the whole world think of Enfield's a tough sell? Where's the source?" Yeah, it's like, where's the source on this? Is it like your chat? Is it like your comment section? Like, I don't know, man. Like, and like, again, why does it even matter? I think that's why when I try and talk about the games, or, in the Brax video, right? This Brax video got 160,000 views talking about Enfield. This was a positive video, by the way. I think it got misrepresented as being kind of negative, or the message got kind of misunderstood and misrepresented for whatever reason, maybe the title or what, I don't know. But it was a positive video and was like a pretty like important discussion video about the game. And I don't really recall at any point it being like a major important thing to say, or a major important point to bring up was, but like, what does like the community think of Enfield? It was like talking about the actual like elements of the game, the aspects of the game, the game design, what their goals are, what their goals should be. Like, it's all of these things. It's not, but like, the live stream views, or like, what are these people? What do people think about it? Like, people just don't like this game. Like, it's this appeal to the majority is just so, it's just become so, it's like social media brain rot type stuff, like, what does it matter, dog? If like 100,000 people, if you have a post and 100,000 people like it, and then you look over at another post and it has 200,000 likes, do you then go like, oh, I'm shit? Like, my post is shit? I don't really get it. I don't know. I'm confused. I think the streamers are mad they don't get views with Enfield. I don't know, man. I'm confused. I'm confused on this. Like, I think it'd be one thing, right? If this was like a marathon situation, right? If we're going to be talking about like the player numbers and the player counts and like, what does the world think of this game? What is the community sentiment? Whose community? What community? Where is the community in the room with us? Like, I don't know, right? But I think if it's like a marathon situation where you had like Bungie, they had this beloved franchise Destiny that was still like was basically their main money income source. They canceled Destiny. Sony propped up Marathon. Marathon promptly imploded on itself and now struggles to hit 4K concurrence on Steam, like all of its PC basically platform, and is obviously in trouble, right? So it's one thing if it's a situation like that. Like if Hypergriff had like canceled Arknights out of nowhere and was like, we're all in on Enfield, and then Enfield launches and it's like it's got like 3,000 players on its worldwide PC, then okay, yeah, that's an issue. We can talk about community sentiment at that point, but Layoff Marathon, bro. It's amazing. Sorry, marathon players. If you, I'm not trying to ruin your fun. I'm just making an example. Okay. Like, I'm just saying, like, that's one thing if you want to talk about like there being some danger or something, but like that is not, it's just not important, man. It just doesn't matter what the community thinks. Like a group of people saying something does not take an opinion from subjective to objective. Like someone can still play, like for example, with Arknights, like if I were to say that Arknights is a shit game because it doesn't get the same views on like its English fucking trailers as like Genshin trailers get, that'd be ridiculous, right? Like we would have something to say about that. We'd probably use elements of the game to support the fact that we think the game is good, right? Like we talk about the game itself. I mean, I told you, bro, this could derail quickly. Anyway, I just don't really get it. I feel like this guy got kind of unfairly shit on too, but
this story is like one of a kind, but like if my heart and my mind says that, that's just me, I just have to bear with the fact that it's not a big crowd.
Yeah, where is this coming from? There's not a big crowd. But also, it doesn't matter if it's a big crowd or not. Like, what we know is that the game is in the green, it's making enough money, right? Like, this whole, like, oh man, dude. Like, again, this whole thing is friendly fire in the first place because I thought the review was pretty good. It's this like response. I just don't understand this appeal to the majority. This appeal to like, it's not a big crowd. It's not this or that. It's not, not that many people. The majority thinks this. Like, I don't fucking care, dog. I just don't care. I literally don't. If the game is like in the green and is justifying its own existence, which by the way, it's like making plenty of money, and what if the developers, God forbid, we have some developers, some like CEO or something whose like ambition is, this is like a little parasocial because like companies obviously like to make money, but what if God forbid we have a developer who's like, I just want to make a great game. I'm not out here to make like 50 million a month like Genshin Impact. I have a vision of a game I want to make. I'll make this game. We're going to make a great product that we're proud of. And we'll make enough money to fucking sustain our company and like to fuel future projects in the future. But we don't necessarily like, if we're making like, 20 million a month, do we necessarily need to make 50? Do we need to like take out the factory and take out this and take out that and DPS check timer slop and like dupes are required, signatures are required, all this like slop nonsense? Do we need to do that because we need more views on our trailers? We need to have, make 50 mil. We need like Genshin money. Like, I just don't necessarily understand. Like, to me, this is like the logical end of this thread of logic, right? The logical conclusion to this thread is like, okay, I mean, if we're chasing like high trailer views and shit, like fine. I mean, I don't know, man. All the doom posting is going to create an environment where the game is not thriving as much as it could. It's like a snake eating itself. It's destructive. 1984ing yourself because 3 Twitter demons said the game is bad. Yeah, saying game A is better than game B is like saying Pokemon's better than whatever else because Pokemon sells better. Yeah, I don't know, dude. How dare you settle with 400% profit when you could make 1400% as well? I think that's what ZZ is for Hoyo. Their devs do more flexible things. Yeah, ZZ feels more like a passion project than like a money cow. Dude, I don't know. And dude, I just like, I think, to be fair, you want Arknights to be niche. On the viewers thing, Enfield is top 10 views on Bilibili at the time, and that's above both OG Arknights and Genshin. Is that real? But my chat tells me the game is dead. I mean, dude, you can tell from reading the chat what the like prevailing kind of opinion here is, I think, but
You know, I can say all I want, I can glaze all I want, but I'm just not delusional to think that you can go around telling people they're at the current form. That's just
see, like the current like does this like it's just not a ringing endorsement, you know? It's not about glazing, dog. Like let me give you an example, okay? Let me give you an example. Let me see. I wrote a note here. Let me refresh on this. Again, this could go off the rails, but okay. So like an example is it's not about like glazing, you know, it's not about just like only praise the game. You can't say it. It's that there's a difference. Like voicing problems in the game is not just saying like this is awful, this is dog shit, these developers are shit at their jobs, these developers should get fired, where's my 7 years of experience? You know, it's not saying like, you know, this game's not worth it, new players shouldn't play this game, this like this or that. Like that's not voicing problems. Voicing problems can come in the form of this is what I said in my 1.4 one of my 1.4 videos, and I've said this on stream many times, but you can just say like, hey, I noticed that 1.4 they gave Endman a lot more voice dialogue, right? And these voice dialogue scenes made it so a lot of these emotional moments with Arcane had a lot more punch and impact to them. Whereas like a lot of the moments in Tong Tong's Quest in 1.1 felt like the emotional moments were undermined by the fact that, you know, Tong Tong would be giving this like emotional delivery. The VA would give this like emotional delivery on something that was like pretty thematically impactful. And then it'd pan over to the Endman, and the Endman's just like gives you a fake dialogue choice, and the Endman's like completely unvoiced, right? Like, so there are moments like that. And then, but like comparing those, you can tell that giving the character like a voice and giving them like a unique personality and letting them express their personality and their thoughts and beliefs with their interactions with other characters allows for these emotional moments to like hit harder, right? And to like actually land, whereas they don't land otherwise. So like you can say that is like voicing a problem. It's not saying that like this game's not worth it, that like new players shouldn't play this game because it's bad. You know, like it's not about just like endless glazing. So I just don't really understand why like it has to be one or the other. You know, it loses all the nuance. Is this criticism and critique are not the same thing again? I think kind of, yeah. I think kind of. I believe Kookie loves the game because I'm right there in his chat. Dude, that's the thing is like I don't watch all his live streams. I do believe that maybe he likes the game, and I mean again, sometimes I feel like I have to use my media literacy because I'm like I don't know if I could genuinely like love a game and then also at the same time think that like this game is so bad that new players wouldn't like it. You know, like I think that like if you look at like that, like the intro with like Valley 4 1.4, okay, or Valley 4, right? The story was a little rough in the beginning. It was the victim of some last minute rewrites, which like now we know about. But yeah, okay, the story's a little rough. I think there's still some good moments like with the robot, you know, the rhombus. I think there's some good moments there. There's like some good moments with certain characters like Rossi and Wolfgar and Yvonne and stuff. But like for the most part, yeah, it's on the weaker side as far as the story goes. But still, like, you know, Enfield 1.0 made me fall in love with the game strictly through like seeing the world and the world building, and then like moving from, you know, region to region with the factory gameplay, and the combat was still there. So like I would still think that like, you know, I would still like want people to try the game for themselves and come to their own conclusion. Like, I don't know. I guess the steel man is that like genuinely like you want people to like the game when they try it. So, you know, you want them to try it when it's like at its best. Okay. What, yeah, sure. But I don't know, man. Strange what he did in 1.4 in game surveys. He said he would recommend to his friends with some caveats. What are the caveats? Like skip Valley 4? Issue you've noticed regarding discussions surrounding this game is a lot of people have a story in their heads that they want the game to cater to. They don't engage with what's presented.
It's like, okay, when you say that AK is a good game, that's an opinion. That's subjective. That's not a fact. But it's also like when the game gets more robust and stronger, the subjectivity becomes a bit more objective. I'm not saying
Yeah,
that
see,
the fact that AK is a good game.
I could easily say that Arknights is on the decline, teetering on the edge. It's a bad game. If like literally all I need to make that conclusion is like some Twitter posts, some people in my live stream, some YouTube comments, and trailer views, I could easily paint the same narrative. I could easily, like, dude, every day of the fucking week, I could go around slandering Arknights because like it's trailer, if it was just about like trailer views being lower, you know, like it's not hard. You know, that's why I'm saying, like, bro, if you want to do a reportive, investigative piece, I support that. Go study Jason Schreier. Go make some contacts in the industry. Get some contacts at Hypergriff. Get like testimony from several different people. Like, if the game is truly like in danger, I'd want to know. I'd want to know from an investigative reporter if the game's like truly in danger of EOSing, because like, you know, from their data, 80% of the online community like doesn't like their game. You know, like I'd be interested to know about that, but that's not, you know, go and do that. Like, I don't know, man. It's just, that's not the standard. The standard, it's not reporting. Like this whole, and that's why, like, again, like it sounds mean. I'm just trying to be like a little honest here, maybe to like shed some light on this, but that's why this, like, I'm a literal reporter of complaints. This feels like a bit of a cop out, right? Like you're not, because you're kind of not a reporter, you know, you're kind of not, unfortunately. So an opinion doesn't become more objective because a lot of people say it. Yeah, I mean, imagine if you're like living in a democracy and, you know, there's two candidates and you like strongly believe, you have like moral, ethical, like foundational beliefs and you believe in your candidate, and then your candidate gets like, you know, 45% of the vote and they lose. Do all of a sudden, do you say like, oh, well, like, I guess I was just wrong about everything. I'm like, you know, I'm just like objectively kind of wrong. Like it doesn't really work like that. You know, it's that's why, again, like the Brax video, for example, the reason after we watched it, I instinctively knew, I felt it. I was like, this was a good video because it like talked about, you know, the actual game and like points about the game, right? It wasn't just, you know, oh, but like, these are what people are feeling. I don't care what people are feeling, dog. I'm sorry. I don't care. Best way to check how alive Endfield is, genuinely, Kyosten's factory videos. Yeah, I mean, and also, what's up, Moose? Yeah, but like, yeah, I mean, there's plenty of other, plenty of things you could look at as well. Yeah. Endfield itself is an unstreamable game because it has no rotating end game modes other than Echoes of War. I mean, like a lot of gotchas are kind of like that. It's kind of easy to run out of content, but yeah. Watch You Know Who's 1.5 right now. We're not gonna watch that. I don't watch propaganda slander on this channel. It's just not entertaining. It's not fun. It's just kind of boring. You know, it's like, you know. And again, I'm, you know, even the reason why I talk about Kooky is because like I like Kooky. You know, like I think he genuinely is authentic and genuine about the game for the most part, and is like good faith and all that stuff. That's why I don't talk about bad faith people. I don't acknowledge their existence. But like, you know, like I said, I just think there's a weird disconnect going on here that maybe this conversation will shed some light on. But, you know, so you bend reality and remove nuance from any conversation with data. I ain't gonna like X other rapper than NF just because they're 5x more popular. It isn't gonna make them any better either. Yeah, like it's just not. it's just not really relevant. And I think the reason why, I know the intention is maybe to help the game or like you want it to get better. I believe, right? Like I believe that's maybe his intention. Everyone will kind of have their own media literacy take or whatever, right? But I don't think he's like a bad faith grifter, a bad faith actor. I believe that, right? But I think when we look at the effect of saying things like constantly framing the game like it's not doing well and it's teetering on the edge and it's doing poorly and the community is like, really down on the game, finally healing, extended my stay, like it's kind of like that's just a downer, bro. Like nobody really enjoys that. I except for people that, like agree with that. I don't know, man. It's just kind of a downer way to engage with like a community aspect that's supposed to be fun and like uplifting. Just kind of a downer, bro. Like, I'm sorry. I guess just kind of. These games actually have more quality content than Endfield. A lot of games have end games that become part of the daily loop with no challenge. Well, yeah. Yeah. I don't know, man.
But you get what I mean, that when the game gets more and more good because of strong evidence, it starts to go from opinion to a little bit fact sounding. Like, does AK have a good time when you play gacha? It's still an opinion if you say yes, but like when you see a lot more people saying that at the same time, it starts to become like, oh, that's a bit of a ground truth, Enfield doesn't have that. Enfield has no solid ground truths now that everybody.
Yeah, like this whole thing that Enfield doesn't have that. Where is that coming from? Again, if we're doing investigative journalism, like, again, I'd be interested in that report. if people at the company are like, oh shit, like this is we're in big trouble, like I'd want to know if there's like, if you can get like a cross testimony of like, 3, 4, 5, 6, dare I say 7 Enfield, Hypergriff employees that are saying that, then like, yeah, we'd want to know about that. But where is that coming from? Is it like Twitter? Is it Reddit? Is it like your Twitch chat? Like, it's just, I just don't know where it's coming from. Like there's a reason that there's only one Jason Schreier, bro. There's like nobody in the fucking, like the standard of doing what he does is so incredibly high. There's only one Jason Schreier, dog. Like he's the only one who's doing that kind of stuff. I mean, at least the surveys report. Dude, I don't know. Can't wait for Silver Palace and Ananta so people can shit on something else. No, it's not gonna be enough, bro. Not gonna be enough.
The community can agree upon. Everything that you say about Enfield will cause a debate. So yeah, actually, right, I'm also not sure why Slav got into the picture, because like I'm quite sure Slav is openly the downtime. Like I've also said in the video that I'm taking this game more chill, and I'm also in this game for the long haul. But like, did I not come across like that? Not in this video, or not in other times, unfortunately. And like, are these people really complaining for me like me? Which is why I basically stated like, these creators won't really voice their complaints perhaps as much as me, because that's not their role as a content creator. They've never.
What's up, Tankin? Yeah, I was like, I wouldn't call him a fraud. Okay, I'm just saying, like I said many times, there's a disconnect here that needs to be translated, and I think that's what we're trying to do. Again, the 1.4 review was pretty good. It's pretty good.
Never chosen that role, right? Like Abby is not a person who makes video. Abby just streams, and she is like that. Having been an AK creator for like 7 years, it's just such a big kid, because AK's launch wasn't it almost. Enfield has such a big launch, and I think when you have such a big launch, you need to know how to control that launch, because it almost feels like I'm watching AK unfold again. Because AK's launch wasn't the best. Like, I don't think Yostar Global managed it very well. There was so much interest, but they just couldn't sustain it. They lost to Genshin Impact, and they also didn't know how to, I mean, it was a new thing for them, and I cannot fault them. They didn't know how to handle a very big creator shooting down the game. a person to not be named during its point in time. You know, and to think that Enfield basically played out in the same way, that is like,
Level of discussion regarding EOS Field has been in Gehenna ever since the game's release, unfortunately. Holy reference.
it has such a big launch. People are left and right about the game. Big creator also says something not so good about the game. It's like, I almost feel Enfield has done the exact same trajectory of AK, which is very much like a, I wish we didn't did. I wish history didn't repeat, you know. That's why I feel like the people who understands my reviews and stuff, I think more often you guys are more receptive towards the thing I say because you know that I came from OG AK and like you guys were also there and you can relate. You all know the dark histories. I feel that a lot of the people who don't come from OG AK, it's not their fault that they don't know the OG history of AK. And if they did join AK, they didn't join during the first or second year, right? They joined in like the fourth or fifth year. That's why AK looks like the bestest thing ever to them. So when they hear someone like me who says like, oh, I don't think Enfield is doing the right things, they don't get it because they weren't there before. You know, so there's that. I just want to put in just a little bit more extended reply.
I don't really get how any of that had anything to do with it, but
he just can't stand.
There's Bro. Bro is making a guest appearance. That's great.
Nuance doesn't exist. In this guy's dictionary, you can only just say positive.
Do you want to, I know you're in chat. Do you want to defend yourself here? If you're still here, do you want to defend yourself here? I don't know, dude. I was going to say in general, I feel like these messages were not like, these were like these messages about disagreement. I kind of feel like there was really no ad hominem in them. No smile. Okay. I guess if we're being very critical of our own community, of our own people here, we can say this statement about like it feels like you fear getting flamed for saying something positive, you have to follow with something negative. I guess this is technically ad hominem because it's like an analysis of someone's motive or whatever, and you can't always know what someone's motive is. So, lesson for next time, I guess. If we're being hypercritical here, I mean, I feel like it's kind of like not necessarily, you know, something that you should like censor, but you know. I don't know, the statement of, I guess maybe sometimes things like that are worth like bringing into the discussion, but you know. I am Seal.
Things. I'm not trying to appeal to the negative freaking crowd. I just want the game to improve. I just want the game to do well. Is this the guy who said make good videos? Yeah. He's still in my comments there. I have people like LDB stream and then make better essay from here, where I wrote to this guy that the whole thing where he feels that I'm very condescending and whatnot. I explained to him why he sees the video title change and whatnot. So I will put forth that the reason why I put this thumbnail at first, one is very generic, but then again it works out because it's very normal YouTube. The second thing is, I'm not sure why people think this is condescending, because it's like, you think it's condescending because you think Enfield was good before. I hate to break it to you, but I don't think a lot of people feel that way.
See, bro, dude, this is why I feel like the response is worse than the original. Because like, I'm like, look, packaging like thumbnails and titles and stuff is like its own can of worms, right? That's just like how you package and present a video. And I would not use the word condescending even to say, I would just say like, I think it's normal if someone has like a negative reaction to this because it's kind of like a Debbie Downer way to like phrase everything, right? Like even people want to like, you know, especially Enfield has been so overhated, dog, and so much of that is because of like, you know, obviously like propaganda slander, which like isn't like Kookie's fault or responsibility to, you know, whatever. But like, I think people like with 1.4, for example, just kind of finally were in this moment where like, oh yeah, like it's good. People are talking about it's good and like seeing that the game is good or whatever. Like finally we get our positive coverage, and it's always like some fucking backhanded like compliment, like the game is finally worth it now or something. Like I just feel like that's kind of a, you know, like it's like a rational reaction, like a rational emotional reaction, you know. Yeah, what's up, Dark Soul 1? What's up, bro? Yeah. All right. No worries. enjoy the VOD.
I think a lot of people are not
With the new DLC, Witcher 3 is finally worth playing. Yeah, I know exactly. Like, what does that say about Witcher 3? Like, if you don't know anything about Witcher 3, what does that tell you? Like, just like, let's try and be like as neutral and fair as we can here, right? If you just heard that statement about Witcher 3, with the new DLC, Witcher 3 is finally worth trying, what would you think about like the past like 7 years of Witcher 3? What would you think about Witcher 3 like base game plus the 2 DLCs, original ones? I feel like you'd think they were shit. Like, is that not the kind of like logical conclusion? I think it was bad for the past decade. Yeah, I mean,
him. You know, to think that Enfield was having a wonderful 1.1 to 1.3
as it was, mods, snap his neck. Mods, take him out.
I almost feel like there's two categories of people who feels that way about Endfield. The first category are people who got beat up by the other gacha games. Like they didn't have a good time in Genshin, they didn't have a good time in WoA or HSR. So now that they finally enter Endfield and Endfield feels like the game for them, they're like, okay, I'm now all in. You know, but at the same time, I also did this thumbnail because I think unlike a lot of the other reviews that I made for Endfield, whether it was patch 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, and then now into this one, this is a whole different thing. It's almost like I'm sequentially following what I'm doing. And at this point in time, the reason why I say that it's finally worth it and whatnot is like, I cannot recommend people to play Enfield. I simply can't. No, I couldn't do it in the earlier patches. Because I just think the probability of someone not enjoying their time is higher than someone who wouldn't, than someone who would enjoy their time in Enfield. You know, that's why I think in the survey when I was asked the question like, would you recommend it to a friend? Back in 1.3, I was like, no. 4 out of 10. I don't, or did I even really 3 out of 10? I think so. I just don't think the game was in a good state that I was confident to tell like a new friend, for example, whether they played a gacha game or not. Like, hey, Cookie, can I now play Enfield? I'll be like, no, just hold on. But like now 1.4.
I mean, do we see, right? Like, do we see? Dude, this is why I say like the response, yeah, like stop digging, bro. Like, it's like, yo, the 1.4 review was good, dog. Can we just leave it at that? Can we just leave it at that? I thought this was, my impression was that this had been like rescinded, this idea that like new players shouldn't try the game. I guess for 1.4, but like again, you know, in 1.5, if it's a slower patch, are we going to go back to like, I'm not recommending this to people, you know? And like 1.3, like again, this is what I always try and do. Like with my videos on 1.3, I made a video about Swordvald Dale and, like the story, right? And dude, to me, it's just there were things that you can extract that were good. I don't know why it's always this like game was in such a bad spot, you know, no content drought. Don't recommend the game to new players. Like, just like not, I was just like, never on board with any of that. But like now all of a sudden we can because like we got one good story patch and like some Echoes of War or something. I don't know, man.
It's different. 1.4 is like, yes, maybe you have to play all the loud spots, like you have to play through whatever they happened in 1.1 to 1.3, but then you will get a satisfying return by playing through the main story. And I also think that if you like factory gameplay, I think the factory gameplay from start to end now is a...
Just want to bring up on that Enfield's launch, a streamer said that Arknights is finally getting a proper story with Enfield, and the OG Arknights community shout on her because that implies OG Arknights story was bad. Yeah. We will call the game... Okay, whatever.
A very fun thing to experience, to see, get used to new formulas, to build upwards, suddenly need to change, do this, do that, and like, there's a lot more activity in the factory than there used to be. You know, and I think in terms of combat as well, there feels, I can't say that combat has a definite goal of where you want to build towards, but with the introduction of Echoes of War, with the introduction of better Umbral Monuments and so much combat game modes, I feel that it doesn't feel as aimless as it was in the earlier patches. Which is the very reason why I think I have to then write in the thumbnail that I think it's finally worth it, you know, that people can. If someone tells me, hey, is this the right time to try Enfield? I'll say, yeah, just get it. So I then asked him, like, what's this condescending part? And I had to explain to him that he doesn't like the video probably because he just enjoys the game too much. And he just doesn't want to see it. And I don't know why people feel that way about me not being the long haul or whatnot. So I got hard essay, okay? You see this? I mean, sorry, YouTube commentators, I just need you to understand. Okay.
By the way, I wanted to explicitly address this, what's about to happen right now. You guys can see his chat, right? I despise this sort of thing. The like holy essay, you know,
I had a thought
Holy
in the gym
wall,
when I
holy
was, like, working
essay.
out and stuff, and then
Also, what he's about to say, I think is he gets the conclusion wrong, even though it's like technically right. But um, I hate when people make fun of like people that write long messages or like comments or whatever, because isn't that like the whole fucking point of this, dog? Like if someone cares enough to write something, I understand if this was like a hate thing, then like okay, yeah. But I feel like this is kind of not a hate thing. And also without reading it, it's like, holy well, I just think internet pet peeve, I hate it when people do that. Because I think if someone cares enough about what you're saying to write all of this, like think through and write all of this, I mean, I appreciate that somebody cared enough. I don't know, man. Pet peeve. My virtue signaling right now. But like, I don't know, man. It's annoying to me.
when I saw this guy reply like that, I just realized something.
Holy
about internet
essay.
psychology. When you're in a forum or a thread or like a Discord, Reddit, Twitter, whatever that you think, when your comment is very light or when you comment a lot, and the sea of comments is like a quantity of 100 or 200.
Also, what he's saying right here, I pre-watched this, so I'm just gonna say this now, but the conclusion is entirely wrong. What he's saying is correct. What he's saying is that a lot of times people get in their own heads and they kind of like overinflate their own like importance, and like they have this idea that like, you know, because the truth of the matter is that like other people aren't necessarily thinking of you as much as you think they are. And the point of this like cognitive reframe is to understand that like it's to give people courage to go out and like, you know, do courageous things and not be afraid of like living their life because they're worried about what people might think of them. That is the point of this message. What I think what the conclusion that he ends up making is to basically shit on this guy and say that like nobody gives a shit about you essentially, and that like you're not as important as people think, that, you know, basically to say it in like a shitting on someone way. But the real lesson, having like watched like, you know, Healthy Gamer and Dr. K and all that stuff for many years, it's supposed to be a cognitive reframe that allows people to like get out of their own heads about taking action on certain things because they're worried about how people might think of them. It's being bastardized, right? This is what kind of makes me angry, because this is like actually a very beautiful lesson, and it's being bastardized to basically shit on someone for caring about something too much, which I don't like. I disagree. So
I feel like there's a subconscious psychology that you think that you're a bigger person. That you think like, oh shit, I'm talking to like a lot of people. But I think internet psychology doesn't make us realize that when we're in a sea of just 100 people or 200 people, we're kind of nothing to the world. Isn't it very scary to think? That is like,
the formatting is atrocious. I mean, yeah, okay.
people think that
I
their
guess
words and stuff have a lot of weight.
spaces or whatever.
You know,
Anyway.
they feel very good when they're super light. But in truth, it's like, we're all very minuscule. There's only perhaps like 100 people who actually are seeing what we wrote. And then unfortunately, there is 7 billion other people who don't give a shit about who you are. You know, I feel that way when people comment something negatively about a game. Like, we know when people say, shit, man, I hate WoA's 3.6. I hate the fact that Singron doesn't
Okay,
have
yeah, new lines. Yeah, I agree. New lines. That's good.
good stuff. I think it's okay to
Good
voice their
idea.
opinion that way, just as a way to rant. But when people start to go on like a big, like, oh, I'm gonna start a movement now, you know, let me give you a whole big sea of like, WoA needs to change, let's boycott and stuff. We're all very insignificant, you know, in thinking that the things
The
that
point of the cognitive reframe is like internalizing insignificance so that you understand that, you know, if I go out and make a mistake, if I go out and do something courageous, if I go out and do something that like, oh, people might laugh. Like I say, you don't want to be the guy who at the party is like sitting in the corner not talking to anyone because you're afraid that like people will think you look cringe for dancing. You want to say like, oh, nobody's gonna like, the fact of the matter is that if I go out and dance and make a fool of myself, I'm gonna go out and have a good time and socialize. And, you know, instead of thinking about it in such a way that like, oh, everyone's going to remember this for my entire life, everyone's going to make fun of me, just think about the fact that like literally no one will remember this after like 2 or 3 days, if even that. Most people are like too in their own heads thinking about themselves and their own lives. They're not going to remember that. So like that is the point of this cognitive reframe. It's not to shit on someone for caring about something
we say
anyway.
mean a lot, kind of stuff. And like, it's just tough to understand that when we get very upset about something, there's nothing wrong with doing that, but also try not to go into it with too much expectations, I would say.
Isn't he just as insignificant? Yeah, that's why this conclusion is wrong. It's not good. That's why I disagree.
Okay, I'm gonna give this guy the time of the day to read his comment. So he thinks that I'm condescending, that you picked on before watching, thanks for the thumbnail in question, and the attitude I've displayed towards Endfield since the game's release. Watch my content on a regular basis, despite the fact that I already commented in the video. No. I did it for the first time now. To summarize, your journey, if Endfield comes off as 1.0 to 1.3 is bad. It isn't different from any
He's
other
being one-manned?
it isn't ambitious enough. It's not
Being one-guide?
I'm not sure if this is what you meant to say in those videos, but I hereby report that this is how it comes off as a regular unbiased person to many others. The exception was seemingly the Camille story, CC, which you well received as most people did. As I previously stated, most of the videos are sound reviews like this one, but they are written through the lens of someone who strictly compares Enfield to OGAK, which is fine. But it appears that we never hear any positive aspects of Enfield and the conscious choices that they've made to differentiate themselves from the other mainstream gachas on the psychological level. Oh my god.
By the way, I did watch the 1.4 review and he does do this. He does talk about like the echoes of war and like the rewards and the low tiers and stuff like that. So he does do that in the 1.4 review. But to be fair, I think this might be a one guy moment because like, hold on, let me read this. Most of your videos are sound like this one, but they're written through the lens of someone who strictly compares, but it appears we never hear about the positive aspects. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he's talking about something else, but like this has happened before, but not in this video. So pack it up, guys. We don't matter.
Okay, on one hand, maybe that's how people feel about the other reviews. But on the other, is that not what I touch on in this video?
Yeah, he does. So
but like, the reply
let's skip this because we know that he does. So
is good. Umbro Monument is good. The ring. Pick and this is the only thing he thinks about in the video. For example, they refuse to turn their gamers into meta slop and Rayqueen's FOMO. I said that!
yeah, he did.
Because I feel like so many of like fine proof. These are things that I believe should be space because I think many people feel the positive aspects and choose to play Enfield because of that.
You think the commentator is really talking about his 1.0 out of 1.3 reviews? He explicitly said before. I feel like that's probably what he was getting at. Yeah, I feel like that's probably what he was getting at.
Video on the topic, which has over 50k views as a 1.5k sub channel.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry.
No, demonstrates that people support Enfield's vision and direction. Yes! Yes! View
both as mentioned, guys, we're making it. Yes.
Comparison, let's fucking go!
Who is that? Okay.
I love it.
Which, by the way, he's right. You don't do view comparisons, right? View comparisons are bad. It doesn't like judging like views on a video or this or that. I also don't think that's necessarily what he was doing. I think what he was trying to say, like, well, again, I mean, the thing is, it's using the exact same logic as like, you know, to say that like this Enfield trailer got less views than another game's trailer, so like it's not as popular or people don't like it as much. So, you know, like it's kind of ironic, it's kind of contradictory. It's like I agree, but it's also why at the same time I agree that it doesn't mean anything how many views like a trailer's getting. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. I appreciate it. It feels good. Such an imposter because I like how Enfield's easy to digest dialogue versus Arknight's 5K peak essay after playing Arknights for about 7 years. Okay, I'm reading the Arknight story right now. I mean, I like it. I like the Arknight story. I'm reading it right now. But I am legitimately, I restarted reading it again. So I'm like some part way through chapter 7. But I'm just saying, man, like, I mean, apply the same logic about like view comparison. That's why you don't do view comparison, right? Like, and I think what the guy was trying to get at was, you know, if we're trying to like make these sweeping statements about the community feeling negative about it, well, hey, there are these positive videos talking positively about it. They get views too. So like this could be evidence to the contrary, which I think, you know, is fair enough to say. I don't think it's being used as like a, you know, you're bad because you got less views, like you're worse, your videos are worse, you're a worse content creator, you're this or that. I don't think it's saying that. I don't think that's true, right? But I think if you're like meeting like this argument where it's at about like, I mean, several times has been said, people don't feel that way about Enfield. There's no evidence people like Enfield. You're one of the only ones that thinks that about Enfield. The majority don't feel that way about Enfield. Like, dude, I don't know. I'm not trying to sit here and defend Enfield like a fucking swamp ass loser, dude. I'm just saying when it comes to how like the way we do this discourse and discuss this stuff, this is why people are having like feeling like it's a downer. I'm just reporting, guys. I'm just the messenger. I'm just reporting. I'm just the messenger. Okay. I'm just reporting. Like, I think this maybe is why people feel this way. I don't know. It's not a comparison in that way, though. He's saying there's interest, just not in what Kooky is making videos about. Okay. Really comparing views in the same niche is bad. It's not a fact, but it could point to a trend which should not be disregarded. Crazy Kooky is talking about view comparison when he talks about it all the time with Enfield. Yeah, I mean, where's the evidence coming from? Is it like Twitch viewership and like Twitch numbers and like YouTube numbers? Like, that's the thing, right? And again, guys, like if I wanted to, I could slander Arknights into the fucking ground. Like I could make it my career to slander Arknights if all I had to do was like pull up an Arknights trailer and see how many views it has compared to like a Genshin trailer or something. You know, like I don't know. It just doesn't track. So I don't. Like Arknights is a good game. This is a thing, right? I think Arknights is a good game. I think I can say even that I don't like. I've been very frank about how like the tower defense or tower of offense, whatever you want to call it, gameplay did not really mesh with me. But I watch like a Genizad stream, and when he plays Arknights, it's like kind of fun to watch. Like, I think it's cool. It looks really good. It looks cool. It looks fun. Like I enjoy like, watching tower defense gameplay. I just didn't really capture me because I don't have like that brain or that like itch. And I'm reading the story on a story reader, and I like the story. So like I think it's a good game. But but it's Twitch viewership. Like but his Twitch viewership is a little. So I think the game is like kind of dying, guys. I think we got to step this up. I think we got to go harass the developers. I think we got to not harass the developers. I'm not saying that, but dude, I think just imagine being like a developer for one of these games. You're like working hard about your vision, and then you open up a video and it's like somebody talking about it. And like, instead of talking about the aspects of the game, it's like, by the way, like new players should not try this. Like community sentiment is like really down and low on this game. Nobody really likes it. It's doing worse than like, Genshin and Wuwa and stuff. So like, it's just kind of like not doing well. Like, is that like necessarily, does anybody care about that stuff? I don't. He presented said numbers to provide tangible data on how the Arknights Enfield community fragmented since its release, and showcase while using the Arknights creators to measure Enfield success is inaccurate. Again, guys, the thing, like, here's the thing, right? Like, we have like Mr. Clapping Seals over here, right? We have Mr. like, it was never great and it wasn't even good. Like, these like, again, we've heard this language before. Where do we hear this language from? Is it like a necessarily a coincidence that these are the people that resonate with the message, right? Like, I don't believe in holding content creators responsible for randos in their comment section, but apparently we got to look at the community sentiment, right? Like, the comments and the Twitch stream and the Twitch chatters, like, this is about community sentiment. So, I feel like we can draw that conclusion, right? Like, these are enough data points. I don't think you should generally hold content creators responsible for randos in their comment section. But I think it's important that we get a community kind of like, I don't think the community is as hot on this. You know what I mean? Like, like, does it make any sense? Does it make any sense? Where have we heard clapping seals before? like sticking your head in the sand, ignoring criticism like an idiot. Where have we clapping seals? Where have we heard this before, dog? Like, is this what we want? No, we don't want that. Like, those are the haters, bro, is what I'm saying. These are the people that think they're a part of a movement, right? I don't think this guy was saying this as part of like, I'm defending Enfield as part of a movement. This is my movement. Dude, it's the clapping seals guys who think they're part of like a crusade. They think they are crusaders on a movement to like save the game, that the game is teetering on the edge, that it's about to fail, that community sentiment's down, that it's doing worse than everything else, that it's doing really bad, that the quality isn't there, and that they need, because they're the ones who are brave enough to not ostrich their fucking heads into the ground, they're the ones that need to lead the crusade to save the game. And it's just not, like, where's the proof? Again, do a Jason Schreier, do some investigative journalism. I would respect that. I would genuinely want to know if a game that I'm putting money into is like 1 month away from EOS, right? If it's like literally like on the edge, I would want to know as a consumer. So like, can we get that? Where's the testimony from the Hyperglyph employees, right? Where's the testimony? Like, or like, where is it coming from? Like, I'd want to know if the review is not like a review of the content, if it's not a review of the game, and it's actually like a report on what the community is saying, then like, why doesn't this review throughout all of it? Why is there no like comments or data or like community sentiment? Like, why is it just giving thoughts on the game if it's a report on how people are feeling? This should be an hour and a half filled with like thousands upon thousands of comments and data points and graphs. If this is a report, if this is like an investigative journalistic report, that is the standard. The standard is not like what a few people in the fucking Twitch chat are saying. I'm sorry. It kind of needs to be said. I don't mean it in like I'm not trying to say it in like a mean way. I'm trying to burn any bridges here. I just feel like this is where the disconnect is coming from. It's coming from Tel Aviv. Oh, okay, I got it. Okay, got it. The data was found 4,000 years ago. The data was promised to us 3,000 years ago. Clapping like a seal and slapping my big fat belly as I play Endfield. I mean, God, dude.
Yes, 50k views over 5k views. I wonder which other CC, not Enfield related, loves to compare number of subscribers.
Hey, I appreciate all the support on that video, by the way. I'm very grateful for that video doing well. I really appreciate the support. I'm very grateful, you guys. Thank you.
Number of views for their apparent worth. Then again, I have nothing against.
Yeah, yeah. I wonder. Yeah, I wonder who. I wonder who. That's crazy. That's crazy. Dusk from Tel Aviv painted the data. Like, can't fit all these IDF medals in my house. Just a clapping seal, slurping up my slop in my trough, slapping my big fat belly, hanging up my IDF medals on my wall. Yeah, how it goes.
Oh, I think Lopez has done some pretty good videos as well.
Thank you, bro. Like, I think you've done some really great videos as well. No, truthfully, by the way, I feel like this video gets heated. This is getting heated a little bit, but like truthfully, I like Mr. Kaze.
It fucking happens. I lose to.
I just disagree. If I thought that he was a bad faith guy, I would not be talking about any of this. Is the thing, right? If I like genuinely didn't like him and thought he was like bad faith, I wouldn't be talking about any of this. Like I ignore all the bad faith stuff.
The algorithm, someone wins against YouTube algorithm. Perhaps people more prefer watching his video and whatnot. There's a lot of different factors. I've never thought that viewership equals good video.
It's true. It's true.
That's not the way it should be.
In my case, it was a good video though. Just saying. Just saying. In my case, I am a little different.
Perhaps I don't hear that much from you, given the esteem of OGAK or Hyperglyph you consider given, which is great, don't get me wrong.
Wasn't it comparing view counts on the trailer? Yeah. Who needs to learn that he's not allowed to criticize Arknight's Enfield? Tobro found out as well. Well, you know, everyone's favorite gimmick chatter is trying again, but nice try, gimmick chatter. There's a time and place for getting one guy by the gimmick chatter. We're gonna save that for later. We're gonna save that for later. I appreciate what you're bringing to the chat room, though. I appreciate that. That's big. That's bigly. We're gonna take advantage of that sometime later.
It's amazing to know that there is a company that refuses
Just hold on to that for now.
Tactics. This is why topics should be discussed in the space. In the eyes of the mainstream gacha gamer, these things are far from given, and people like to make up the vast majority of potential Enfield player base. I've seen no problem with me as a person. I understand what you're doing and what your goal is, but the message in your videos can easily be weaponized.
Okay, let me say this before he says it. Excuse me, because I pre-watched. Let me say it before he says it. But yeah, the whole idea of like someone's message being weaponized is not necessarily their responsibility, because like bad faith actors can weaponize and twist anything. Like I think we've literally seen, even in recent days, you can like splice videos in bad faith, like, and weaponize like spliced videos to paint narrative. So there's really no point in like holding someone accountable for something like a bad faith actor does, because that's like the definition of a bad faith actor. They just their goal is to like paint narratives. So
and turn into bad faith negative PR for the game rather than serving its intended purpose. Am I dumb? Why does he feel that way?
I think Kuki was and is influenced by his chat, who's in turn influenced by Tobro. So like Kuki, just not most of his Enfield takes. I think, dude, as like a outsider, I think the amount of like undertones that you often hear sometimes of like the Tobro refugees, you know, like, do we think like, you know, is Mr. like, would we say that Mr. Clapping Seals is a fucking like Tobro refugee? Or is like, or is this guy like, it was great before now, and you know, it was never great, wasn't even good. Like, it like, are these like Tobro refugees who are kind of like making their way in? Because you know,
Am I understand? Why can my video be weaponized? I don't get it.
I will be the Y2P voice mix Volpez into saying Enfield is bad, trust the plan.
Is it like cannot anything be weaponized?
Yeah, anything can be weaponized. That's the thing. Oh, there's some, I mean, you know.
Yeah, for OGAK, I'm guessing that you take Enfield's numerous
That doesn't, like, sometimes it's you make it easier on them, but like, it doesn't, you're gonna be held responsible for, you know.
Granted. What do you mean? What benefits am I taking for? What are you saying? What benefits have I taken for granted? Huh? But people coming from mainstream titles should hear things because the situation are way more severe in those games in terms of power creep, for more negative incentives, and you as someone who takes Enfield.
Dude, I think the reason there's a sentiment about taking things for granted is like, I don't think he is, because I mean he mentions it in 1.4, but the reason, I think like one thing that I've said a lot is like, I think it's just underestimated when, you know, if I'm coming from like Genshin, Wua, HSR, ZZZ, etc., you know, and then there's like way more worse gotchas than that. Coming from those things, you know, you just have a different perspective than I feel like maybe if you're only coming from Arknights, because you realize like how different Enfield is to the genre and how many like steps it's taking in the right direction. And that means that you have an overall more hopeful attitude towards it. Like you wouldn't phrase the game in like a, you know, it's finally worth it, or like it's extending my stay. It's like genuinely like I'm very hopeful for this game, right? I'm genuinely like very hopeful and optimistic, and like I enjoy what these developers are doing, rather than like extended my stay. Like it's just a different form of like perspective. So like no one's saying like, you know, HSR extended my stay. right? Like the same, like the Enfield, like the way that Enfield is being talked about. And, you know, in many ways, this whole like something that I think is interesting is that I think he talks about like this whole like thing about perception and like internet perception and echo chambers or whatever. But like, I mean, just like going around saying that Enfield is struggling, Enfield is like not doing well, Enfield is this or that, the community, I'm just reporting that like community sentiment is negative. Just like saying that with no evidence, like that contributes to the perception that Enfield is not doing well. You understand? Like, that's like a self-fulfilling prophecy at that point. You know, I just don't. Anyway. Why is Scooby surprised here? He's been pretty negative about Enfield. Yeah.
Philosophy as a given, not pointing out these things and only talking about good about the game when they're at the peak generates this really comfortable environment for people.
Like no one's saying that like, oh my god, HSR, they didn't fucking magically power creep every, you know, they released a character, they didn't power creep every single thing in the game, which they haven't been doing, by the way. Every single new character is like stronger than the last. But, you know, no one's saying like, you know, HSR extended my stay because whatever. Like everyone's just like enjoying HSR. They're just like having a good time, you know? You know?
Who want to weaponize your words against the game and the community that you're trying to help. You're way too good and genuine to notice this. What the fuck is this guy saying? For one, I know that
That's the thing, isn't it? Can't positives exist on their own without wrapping them with negatives immediately? I don't know if it's necessarily this idea of like wrapping compliments with negatives. You know, like again, the whole like comparing like the Arcane to Tong Tong quest example, you know, like I just think you can have discussions that are not framed around like this game's in trouble, dog. Like this game's not doing well, dog. You know, this isn't doing well. I mean, I think when you frame it like that, like that's why again we're not surprised when like the Tobro refugees find you know, refuge in this discussion space. You know, the Tobro refugees are not in my Discord. They're not calling people clapping seals in my Discord. You know, I don't know. Again, you can't blame. I mean, apparently you can draw sweeping conclusions about wide sweeping topics from like a YouTube comment section or something. So maybe you can, but I don't think you can generally. Commentary was very good. The Kugi took every bait and every sentence, hook, line, and sinker. This wasn't even bait. I feel like this was kind of genuine because some of these lines, like again, I just don't think this line. I think this guy got shit on, which again, we're showing up for the homie because I feel like this kind of got misrepresented. But Truth Nuke. Actually, guys, real question though: does Chaos Zero Nightmare have a good story? I remember some drama in the game is Jones grinding. Oh, is that just another question about DZN? I don't know, dog. I don't know.
the situations in the other game is severe. And I don't talk about it because
after that line, Kugi someone ended on the conclusion the guy hates him. Yeah, I think one guy moment, it's fine. It's fine. That's not the focus of this,
don't
you
play
know.
the other games.
Not the focus of this.
And therefore, I'm in no position to say it. I also don't play the other games because I know they have these problems. I don't like the game. I'm not gonna talk about it. I don't see a reason to talk about improving something that you're not gonna play.
I think this point is about having perspective. This point is literally just asking to like have perspective. And I think you do need that perspective, right? I'm not doing a fucking two-who gotcha god thing. Like I need to play 30 gotcha games. But I think you should understand what, and like, you know, that is why I think some, and you know, if you look at the Brax video, I think again, when we watched the Brax video, I guess some people I think misunderstood. I think genuinely he was very clear, but he's very clear about the fact that like what they're doing by having less FOMO is good, and like because obviously if you played the other games, you understand that the status quo, the playbook was to basically have like the gotcha slop FOMO, everything, cram in as much as you can. But understanding that Enfield doesn't do that means that like even if there's like parts of Enfield that could be a lot better and could be improved, right? Having that perspective means that I'm more optimistic and positive rather than like, if I'm coming solely from Arknights, which is like the greatest game ever made, supposedly. And, if my perspective is like, oh man, this game is not doing well, and that is why, dude, like, it's just a downer. Like, it's just so like, I don't think you should be surprised when people are like, it's like a kind of a downer on people when you're framing everything in the sense where like, oh man, this isn't like Arknights, this isn't like their previous game. Where's my 7 years of experience? Like, where's this and that? Like, this isn't doing too hot. I mean, we talked about the journey of Arknights. I know there's something else in my one like content crisis video that got completely overlooked and like nobody even made it that far. But talking about like very, very natural progress of game development. And by the way, I went and looked at like some Jason Schreier interviews and developer interviews to try and back that up. I didn't just fucking pull out a couple comments out of a Twitch chat, but I think like there's a very natural like journey to game development. And if we're saying that like Arknights did the same thing and eventually came to this point where it's like the greatest shit ever made, I mean, can we believe that maybe that's just the same kind of path being walked? That like you can't cram 15 years of game development into like one game on release. I don't know, man. Brax's point was that the game needs more replayability, which is true. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, like, again, Brax, when he talked about it, he was like, again, he gave credit to the fact that they're not relying on FOMO, which is a good thing. And that if they want to like, keep interest over a long period of time, they need to rely more on good content, which is something we've been saying for a long time. That their incentive is to make good content, and he hopes that they can make more good content that doesn't just rely on FOMO. Which is like a much more optimistic outlook than like this game isn't doing too hot. If it was true, Nintendo would make perfect games all the time. Yeah. Especially when it's a new team working on Enfield. Yeah. She makes quite the banger, so Kuki kind of has high expectations, myself included. Dead rose emoji. What is the whole thing with like expectation versus like the thing is, if you have high expectations, this is why I said very early on. I think I said this in like 1.1. I was like, just stop playing the game. It's like, don't play it. Just because the thing is, like, if you're it's because as a consumer, your time is valuable. And this is something Brax mentioned, is that the whole curse of MMOs, where a new MMO comes out and it's competing against like 10-year-old MMOs that have 10 years worth of content. Like, if the best way that you enjoy a game, like find like a 10-year-old MMO, go play Final Fantasy 14. You can buy Destiny for like $2 and all of its expansions. Go play go play Arknights. Go play like some of these games that have been running for 10 years. Come back to Enfield in 10 years. I mean, there's literally, as a consumer, there's nothing wrong with that. Like, I don't believe in, contrary to what many people believe, if you try and like have a discussion about Endfield in a more positive way, you're like the fucking defender Glazer. I don't believe in like forcing people, like fucking choking them and like slamming them down in the chair and saying like, you will play Endfield. Just like come back in 10 years, brother. Like when it's a 10-year-old game, genuinely, like there's really no point in like, having this discussion. Come back in like 6 months, come back in a year, come back in 2 years. Like I don't know if you're not really gonna be missed. As harsh as that sounds, nobody's really gonna care. Hang out in chat, watch all my videos, of course. Subscribe and like and watch all my videos. But like, I mean, like for the most part, it's gonna be fine. Like the world will keep on spinning. You know what I mean? It's not gonna be a problem. Hashtag ad. Is it a good ad if I say come like drop the game for 10 years?
I see a lot of reasons to talk about something that you like and want to say your criticisms and improvements. I don't think people understand that concept at all. People
I
just
think we
think,
do
oh,
actually. We do.
I see a lot of reasons to talk about something, proving something that you're not going to play. I see a lot of reasons to talk about something that you like and want to say your criticisms and improvements. I don't think people understand that concept at all. People just think, oh, if you talk about criticisms, it means you hate this thing and you're just staying in it because like it founds views or something. They don't seem to understand that criticizing something because you want it to do better is a literal human behavior.
Yeah, that's man. Man. Look, even the game's biggest glazer says you should stop playing it for 10 years XDD. Strawman? Yeah, Strawman. Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah. Yeah. There's a big difference between, like I say, the community aspect is like a big part of these. And you know, there's a principle with I think with psychology of like human relationships where humans can really only tolerate a maximum ratio of positive to negative interactions, like 70% positive, 30% negative. As soon as you cross that threshold, then the relationship becomes like extremely sour and bitter. And I think that can be applied to like, when people are like kind of engaging with their communities as well. And so important side note is that you would say that like, okay, well, there's all these like negativity channels, but like for the people that watch it, that's like positive because they enjoy it. So it's like enjoyable experiences versus like unenjoyable experience. So for them, that's like a positive, right? But anyway, so like if every freaking discussion, brother, is phrased in like, and I know the thing got changed. This is why this guy was talking about this specific thumbnail. But if every single discussion is phrased in like, yeah, this game is dog shit, it's like barely staying alive, it's teetering on the edge, essentially is what's being said with like, finally worth it, extended my stay, et cetera, et cetera. Like a week before a contingency contract comes out saying like, I wouldn't recommend, still again, sticking by the whole fact, like in 1.3, I wouldn't recommend this to new players. I went and made a video on Swordvall Dale. I understand that it wasn't like the greatest presented story. I understand it wasn't like that extensive, but I went and made a video and I like extracted value from the story, some things I enjoyed. I shared my story analysis. Like, I'm not going around saying like, oh, this isn't like okay, it's like a bit of a low patch. I'm not going to sit there and be like, I wouldn't recommend this to new players. I don't know. I thought about this with Night Rain when I was pre-watching. So y'all know that I absolutely love Elden Ring Night Rain. Okay. And Elden Ring Night Rain is a game. So with a phenomenon with Souls games is that, they've gotten easier for people throughout the years. Like your first Souls game is going to kick your ass way harder than like your fifth Souls game. So people playing Elden Ring after playing like all of those Souls games, those FromSoft Souls games, are not really getting their ass blasted in the way that like Dark Souls 1 ass blasted them 15 years ago or whatever, right? But with Elden Ring Night Rain, I think even Souls vets will have like 30 to 40 hours of fucking ass blasting. I'm saying ass blast a lot. Anyway, intrusive thoughts, Freudian slip. Anyway, like even a Souls vet would get absolutely destroyed by Night Rain for a good 34 hours. And that's, you have to embrace the FromSoft philosophy of like embracing getting shit on and learning from mistakes and like gradually learning while getting like humiliated, you know? And but I would still recommend Elden Ring Night Rain to everyone who enjoys FromSoft Souls games. I would still enjoy it, like because it's a $40, because you have to pay money for box, for like upfront box price. I would tell that to them. What I just told you, I would tell that to them. Say, be aware of this. But I still absolutely think you should buy this because like it's an amazing game. You're gonna have a learning curve. It's gonna be tough. There's like YouTube resources and stuff that you can learn from, but yeah, like I would still say like go and play it. I just don't know if like even with like I loved Enfield very much from early on. I loved even in 1.3 in a slow patch. I loved Enfield. I would still say to someone like, look, it's a free to play game. There are all of these redeeming aspects. These are some of the points of criticism. I think you should. I think you should play it. Like I think it's worth your time to try it. Right. I guess the steel man is that, you know, if you want people to have the greatest opinion of the game, you would want them to like play it when it's at its best, so that they don't play it in a state that, you know, would make them quit. But again, if you loved the game, I mean, would you necessarily think that the game is in a place where like new players would hate it? I don't know, man. Like, it's just kind of weird. It's kind of weird. Night Rain is so good. Wilder Bros, where are we at? Pound that shit. I respect a good Wilder player. Again, bro, that's what I'm saying. The Volt, like, you know, you can, I know the rage bait gimmick thing is funny, but like every time, like, I know you're probably trying to maintain your agenda, your reputation as a rage baiter, but every time you speak positive on Night Rain and you admit that you're a Wilder main, your Volpez TF social credit score goes up. So I respect a good Wilder player. Build a ton when you started Night Rain. It takes hours for all the systems to make sense. Yeah. Even as a Souls vet, it'll take hours. Yeah. You should play it, but expect growing pains. Yeah. Speaking of Elo, did you see Margot was complaining about Hoyo stealing from Elden Ring? What a fucking larper. Sorry. My bad. I didn't mean that. Mods, delete the VOD. Okay, but like for real, dog, I smell some LARP. I'm just gonna say it. Like, I think Hoyoverse is an overhated company, by the way. I think Hoyoverse is overhated. I'm really not on board with like the generic generalization of like Hoyoverse hate. I think they can make good games. I think they have really talented developers. You know, I like Zenless Zero a lot. I don't agree with like looking at new Hoyoverse games and just assuming they're going to be slop. I hate when people do that. TBH, kind of. But you know, saying stealing from Elden Ring, dog, and we fucking, oh my god, bro. Just drink some water, guys. They're just video games, guys. Where's my fucking water bottle? They're just video games, guys. They're just video games. They're just video games, guys. It's just a video game, okay? To be fair, like right now, you wouldn't recommend Final Fantasy 14 or Arknights Enfield to people who you know don't play live service games, so you'd recommend it to some friends but not others. You're not recommending it to anyone. I mean, okay, but like you're recommending on like a specific criteria, not in the criteria that like the game is bad, you know. Stop apologizing. You're right. Yo, thank you for the fucking. That's what I like to see. Some what's it called? Echo chamber. Some fucking dude, what's the word called? Enabling. Some chat enabling. Thank you. I appreciate that. Not fair to shit on it before it comes out. Yeah. I know. It looks good. stealing from Elden Ring, and we're playing and we're literally creaming ourselves every time Wuthering Waves drops a new patch. By the way, sorry, intrusive thoughts. Did I say that out loud? Did I say that out loud? Can we check the VOD mods? Did I say that out loud? Stealing from Elden Ring? Mount Volpez will be erupting soon? If FromSoft doesn't release Everdark Holster and Dreglord, I might need to pay them a visit. Oh, really? As a Hoyo show, I love the vids of people going, wow, that game looks so good, then immediately switching up to it's shit as soon as they see the Hoyo logo. Yeah, dude, Hoyo is so overhated. It's such like a Pavlov's dog. People are like trained, like fucking Pavlov's dogs, dog. Like, I don't get it. I mean, I get that like not being happy with like Genshin or maybe HSR, the way that things have gone. I think ZZZ is actually quite good. I think that generally the developers of Hoyoverse are like extremely talented. And maybe it's like financial or executive decision making that sometimes gets in the way of things. But like, you know, I mean, go to like people playing Sneznaya Genshin. I mean, Sneznaya looks good. I really don't get it. I don't get it. There's also hate for like Chinese studios, which feels a little racist, but we won't get into that. We won't get into that. Or like Korean studios or Chinese studios or something. I don't know. Anyway.
What do you mean by talking good when they're at the peak means people can weaponize my words? What? Who's doing this? I don't fucking understand.
It's okay, we know. It's bad faith actors will do their thing.
I purposely posted
Not your
this
fault.
comment under a relatively positive video because it stands out. And the initial reaction is what I expected. Oh, I'm so smart. I commented right here because I know that you'll react to me. What?
Oh, wait, this is what someone was talking about? Okay, yeah, this is like a little like playing the Riddler. I don't know about this. I feel like this was unnecessary. I don't know if I didn't notice that in the beginning. I don't know if playing the Riddler was really necessary there. I don't know about that one. As a Hoyo hater, it's sad to see a new game get shit on. People just hate gacha in general. Dude, we don't even know if that's a gacha game, is a thing. People just need a punching bag, just like Ubisoft. Like ZZ, but as a player, newer units really show how older units tend to have incomplete kits. Yeah, I think they are buffing older units. Maybe they'll do more buffs. But yeah. I mean, they were complete at the time, so. Hoyo earned its hate, but like all hate, people exaggerate. Never catch me playing a Hoyo game ever again, though. I mean, why not? Why not? If the game looks good. Hoyo equals gacha, you heard this verbatim? Yeah, I don't know. Weird, honestly, just not. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm, you know, ZZ, I like ZZZ as right now as it is. And like, dude, ZZZ putting in the extraction mode, like lets me feel way better about like Zenless Zone Zero in general. Makes me feel better about the developers in general. But paper slop books.
Giving a well-thought
Paper
balanced
slop?
opinion entails understanding the market in which the game competes and giving the game a fair shake when compared to other titles, not just OGAK. I make someone understand I don't give a fuck about the other games.
By the way, I think is this a fair statement? I think this is fair. Giving a well thought out balanced opinion entails understanding the market in which this game competes, giving the game a fair shake when compared to other titles, not just OG Arknights. Yeah, it's not about giving a fuck about the other games, bro. It's about it's about cognitive reframing. It's about perspective. It's about perspective. Wolf is a supporter of the Hoyogriff merger confirmed. Okay, I wouldn't go that far. I think Hypergriff should definitely stay on their own and not do that. Z extraction was pretty good. It's actually hard. You were running for your life. Yeah, bro. It's actually some difficulty there. They weren't really afraid to make it kind of difficult. Played Hoyo games for over a year and not getting a single good artifact. I mean, that's not necessarily accurate, but like, yeah, RNG gear is ass. But I mean, you'll get one good artifact in a year. I don't know what that. I mean, if your point is that you don't like RNG gear, then like, fine, that's fair. That's fair. I think it's fair if you don't give a fuck, but really should say it in every review. Then this is not compared to other 3D. I don't know if you need to say it necessarily. I just think the perspective is more valuable.
And is that a problem? I'm not gonna talk about Enfield being better than HSR. I'm not gonna start a fucking war because I don't give a fuck. You want that, you go find someone else who does that. That's not me. I'm not here to like fucking gacha war everything.
Yeah, it's not about starting a war. It's you don't have to mention the other games. It's about perspective. It's about perspective. Like, and dude, that's what I keep saying. Where it's like, at some point I have to use my media literacy. I want to believe that Kuki like believe him when he says he likes Enfield and he wants the game to do well and stuff. Sometimes I just feel like he doesn't like it. It's nothing wrong with that. I just feel like he doesn't actually like the game. I don't know, man.
Wow, I feel angry reading this. I didn't think I'll feel that way, but I actually feel angry reading this. What is this guy saying?
I think it was the Riddler. I think it was the Riddler comment that would actually piss me off. That actually kind of one guy me. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if that was necessary. This was you're dancing to my tune. You're dancing my tune all along, Bucko. I've hidden a scavenger hunt inside of my comment.
As this primarily includes the mainstream gachas for someone who has played all of them, Enfield to me and many of the others, feels like the second coming of Jesus without exaggeration!
We gotta work on that peaking. The issue is that everyone else is already doing that, but then failing to compare it with its sister game, where you compare directions from the same company but different games. Brother, can you explain to me why that's valuable in any way? Can you explain to me why that's valuable? Peak one guide?
I feel offended for my Christian friends.
Virtue signaling incoming? Yeah, this is kind of, I don't know about. Did you take the Lord's name in vain? Sorry, I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say that.
I actually feel offended for my Christian friends. Why would you compare Enfield to the second coming of Jesus? Jesus didn't die for Enfield. Jesus ain't coming back because of Enfield. I'm not
I don't know if
making a
you
video
think this
about
is
this, okay?
literal or
This
what,
is just
but
see for the stream. I'm not gonna make a video out of this. I'm not, because what the fuck am I reading?
it's fine because we're all IDF warriors in here. Yeah, that's right. It's fine. Yeah, true.
I cannot believe this. Why do people type like that? Why do people?
Okay, but we understand it's an expression, right? It's not literal. We understand. This is like kind of a common expression. Jesus didn't die for Enfield's a golden line, though. I guess. It's just a saying.
People
Yeah,
type
it's just
like
kind of
this.
it's a very common expression.
If I made a video on this, I'll start a war. With who? I mean, actually, if I made a video on this, nothing bad will happen. It's just this guy will get shat on. Because I've made my stance is so clear. I'm not gonna talk about other games because I don't play them.
Dude, it's not about talking about other games, dude. Like, I think when I bring up games and videos, a lot of times I even remove the name of something. I think having perspective is kind of valuable. Like, you know, having perspective is kind of valuable. Reading the whole paragraph, it does seem like Enfield is Jesus to him. You said you think it matters because bad faith actors come in expecting it one way and getting smacked when it's not that way, when in reality it's just HG iterating what they already did in OG Arknights. Okay. When we're talking about comparing Enfield to Arknights, I mean, I guess, yeah.
Expect that of me? Too bad. Quit my channel. Because I'm not gonna fucking talk about ZZ or Wuwa in my channel.
Has to be big because that's a crazy sentence. It's not a crazy sentence. It's a common expression. People say that all the time. People literally say it all the time. I mean, is that crazy? Online pissing him off is a testament to his lack of perspective. Him not caring about comparing Enfield to other gotchas results in this. Like, I said, dude, it's about perspective. Like, you know, not played Arknights, and I understand Arknights is a great game, right? And I've been looking into it a lot more, but I didn't play it for 7 years before this. So, I mean, the thing is, I have played great games. I mean, I played Baldur's Gate 3, played Night Rain, played Witcher 3, played Cyberpunk, played all these games. You know, played all these amazing games. What's up, Trinity? And like, I'm not coming into Endfield kind of being like, why aren't you like Baldur's Gate 3? You know, like, I feel like it's just kind of like, you know, and then we talk about like the process of development and how, you know, like Baldur's Gate 3 had, Baldur's Gate 3 had, first of all, Larian did Divinity Original Sin 2. If you put Divinity Original Sin 2 and Baldur's Gate 3 side by side, you will see how like this company has been working on this for like, I don't know when DOS 2 came out, but like decade plus. You know, Baldur's Gate 3 was in early access for 3 years and then continued to have like live service patches and development for like another year and a half or something after release. And now they're working on DOS 3. So like, I mean, it's just, dude, it's just the framing. It's just always like, I don't understand. I guess if we don't understand at this point, we're not going to get it through. I don't know how else to really explain it. You know, I did the whole like, you know, 70-30 split of like positive and negative, why like it's just a fucking downer. You know, it's just a fucking downer, man. Like nobody wants to be in a space where, you know, maybe the answer is just not leave comments and just quietly leave if like it annoys you and not leave comments on the channel. But like, I'm just trying to explain. I'm trying to explain where the sentiment's coming from. I feel like it's kind of self-explanatory. This comment to me is trying to squeeze Kuki for normie gacha takes that you normally get from Wuwa Genshin ZZ players while not knowing he only plays OG Arknights. Think so? People suck when it comes to dealing with subjective opinions. If an opinion doesn't match their own, then it's wrong to people. That's generally general community issue. Yeah, I mean it's the whole obsession with needing to make. I mean, again, bro. I mean, Kuki literally did it earlier when he was talking about Arknights, where he was saying like, you know, because the feeling around Arknights after they've built up like it's, you know, this is good, this is good, this is good, and people are talking positively about it. Then the subjective opinion morphs more into objective, but it's not objective, it's an opinion, but you know, just so you know, it kind of morphs more into the side of objective, whereas Endfield doesn't have that. And like, there's just weird, I don't know, man. This is another thesis of mine, but it's like, opinions are opinions, bro. That's why this appeal to majority is always done, because people feel like rather than, you know, talking about the actual thing, which again, the original 1.4 review was good because it was like the first one in a while where it really just kind of talked about the game for the whole time and didn't really do this whole like, oh, but the majority feels this way, so like it's bad. Like, you know, the appeal to majority is just it's just like not, I understand the inclination to do that, but it's not good. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything. You like DS3, huh? Why do you like that slop? You should play the peak DS2 instead. Been playing original Arknight since PC launch. That's cool. That's cool. I heard it was good. Yeah, no, I wonder if the whole Jesus thing was like just a joke or a bit or like what that was, but
I talk about it on my stream, but I'm not gonna play the freaking games. Therefore, I am not in a position to be liable to say anything about them. But like, at this point, it's the same thing as. Apparently, I cannot say anything negative about the game. I have to praise the game like it's the second coming of Jesus.
no. Guys, okay, this is also something that I like with the Brax video that I talked about is that, you know, even I've been fucking swamp assing this stream for how long now? Almost 2.5 hours. Like, yeah, I've been swamp assing this, but yeah, when we talk about it, like with the Brax thing, like you don't want to have this like knee-jerk reaction to any criticism to the point where people just stop talking about Endfield. Like people that otherwise would be playing and enjoying the game. It's one thing if someone just doesn't like the game and leaves, like whatever. But someone who would otherwise be playing and enjoying the game and like making videos and talking about it and stuff, like gets fucking ejected from the community. Like, you know, i.e. like fucking, or e.g. Sorosness, Sayaki, and Meiji from Wuthering Waves or whatever. Like, you know, you don't want to see that. So like, I mean, the thing is, I don't know why this is the takeaway is like, we're not allowed to criticize Endfield or treat it like the second coming of Jesus. Dude, it's not about like a glaze. It's not about a fucking glaze to criticism ratio. I said the thing about like positive to negative. It's not a glaze to criticism ratio. It's not about just like, here's the script. And if you don't do this, if you don't like glaze relentlessly, we're going to come after you, you know, like, it's also not, if you're comparing Arknights to Endfield in terms of like all like, dude, go watch my videos where I talk about all this. I don't have time to go on this tangent, bro. It's not, if you're just saying it's coming from the same studio or creator, it's not coming from the same creator. This is all, the 7 years of experience nonsense is fucking propaganda. It's a slogan. It's made up. It's nonsense. Don't fall for it. It's fucking ridiculous. Go watch my fucking, I have plentiful videos on my channel where I like debunk that, and go watch my content crisis video. And because like, just because they're from the same studio, no, you don't compare in that sense. Like, you know, the thing that I get out of it is like company ideology or like, you know, philosophy on game development, you know, like putting rewards in the lower tiers. It's not a matter of like, oh, but like this game did this and like, well, Enfield's bad because it's not like this. Like, that's fucking low IQ, stupid. Like, don't do that. Don't do that. Sorry, was that toxic? My bad. Sorry. Brax's video's biggest issue was how fucking clickbait misdirecting it is. It's a decent video, but the title and thumbnail clickbait was more the issue. Thing is, I guess it's a little baity. It's technically true. I don't know. Maybe I'm biased. It's a little clickbaity. A little clickbaity. It's not misleading, I think. It's a little clickbaity, sure. Hey, what's up, Blake? So you missed a good chunk of the stream. No, VOD is there. You can jump in now. What did you miss? Not much. Not much. I mean, actually, yeah, you missed a lot. You should go watch the VOD. You should watch the VOD on 0.5 speed, so I get more watch hours. Thank you.
You start the war. Yeah, you know what? Clip me, put me on Twitter or something, and then see what the Twitter people says or thinks.
So I literally just posted a video about the Enfield gotcha and like I've talked about the weapons specifically, right? It's not about comparing like starting a war. It's about saying like, look, there is a game design thing. This is like fundamental to discussions about like video games or game design. It's like there's a game design thing going on over here, and I don't like that. And I like that Enfield doesn't do that. That's the perspective, right? And for me as someone, so like I've played Genshin for 7 years, played all, or like 6 years, whatever, played all these games. Okay. And the fact that, you know, those specific things, like the shilling signature weapons, like when HSR, like, bro, a Summer Robin just came out, Remembrance Robin, she's fucking dummy broken. She's insane. She like revives, like, you know, because they power creeped and HP inflated. So you need to pull the support to revive these like past characters. Oh, goody. Thank you, Hoyoverse, for doing this. But now, you know, I'm looking at her weapon because she's Remembrance. She doesn't have any like weapon options. So I don't have anything for her. I don't have anything. So like when I look at that and I look at the frustration from that, and I'm like, oh, Enfield's not doing that. I have that perspective to say like, look, I appreciate this. This is why I get hopeful about the developer's direction, right? But I guess if you're just comparing it to Arknights, you'd say like, oh, this is all terrible. Like it doesn't, like, I don't know about any of this stuff about weapons with other games. I don't care about the other games. I'm comparing to Arknights, and Enfield is terrible compared to Arknights. Don't clip it. Don't clip it. But we love New Pass, bro. Oh my God, bro. She's literally a Harmony unit. They made her fucking Remembrance. She's literally just Harmony. Anyway. Like I don't really see like it's not about starting a war, man. Like you can talk about these things. I mean, there's one game that you really can't talk about things like that, but you know, you can talk about these things and just have the perspective. Watch that vid. You say the weapon problems on other games are really catching up to me. Yeah, it's catching up to me too, honestly. Clipped. Too late, clipped. Yeah, thermite cutter. Yeah. The Great Gotcha Crusade, led by Vulpes. It's not a crusade, brother. It's not a crusade. It's literally not. Literally not. Play Tetris and there's no power creep or weapon shilling or anything like that. So I mean, I don't know, man. That fucking vertical, that 4-block vertical, kind of power creeped the other blocks. Tetris is kind of just as guilty as everyone else. The 4-block vertical is a little too OP. So think about it. Yeah, HSR added the 3-stage end games to give extra pulls. Just gave up to get 11 out of 12. I think I can still maybe squeeze 12 out of 12 stars, but I'm not necessarily squeezing that star word difficulty. Yeah, that's annoying. Super annoying. Too late. I'm running with that front line. Over the trench, boys. Get over that trench. Up and over. Jimmy.
As this primarily includes the mainstream gachas. Oh shit, I'm reading again. Playing a game that respects my time, gives me complete control over my resource income, and can be played without ever opening a gacha tab is a high quality RPG
And dude,
with great
the thing
strategic
the thing
gameplay and
about the
combat.
perspective that I was saying about other games is like genuinely, if Arknights has like ruined all games for you, that's why I say, bro, just don't play other games. Just go play Baldur's Gate 3 because it's peak. Don't worry about playing Enfield. Like maybe, maybe hashtag not sponsored, but like maybe just don't play Enfield. Like if it's just ruined you, but maybe it's like you can only enjoy Endfield if you've never haven't played the perspective of the greatest game ever made. My freaking wires are getting tangled and it's pissing me off. Okay. Came in late, holy fortress of text. Yeah, kind of thick, yeah. Yeah.
As well as some good events and characters that I genuinely feel for, like Surtur, Tang Tang, Fang Yi Camille, and Arcane, and it's a standalone amazing experience which I can't get anywhere else as a complete package, especially not in this quality. Yeah, I hear almost nothing about these from people like you because AK outperforms it in multiple levels.
Didn't pull for the T block. Is my account bricked? Yeah.
But I say the same things. Oh, apparently because you didn't hear it means I'm a shit guy. I'm so sure I say this not once, but like several times on stream and in this video. I don't understand these people, man. If they don't hear it in the first 10 seconds, the things that they want to hear, they're gone, you know. The attention span of people on YouTube
Sharpen those pitchforks, guys.
is diabolical. Oh, my head. Okay, my head was healed from my weekend getaway vacation time, and now I feel like I need another vacation again. About this video was this, right? I wonder, like, oh, I mean, he brought up Valpes, so I guess he's a Valpes follower. I didn't watch what Valpes video was. Continue following Valpes, I guess.
Hey. You heard it here first. Hey, you heard it here first. Hey, he said it, not me, okay? He said it, not me. Thank you, Kooky, for the shout out. Thank you, I appreciate it. No, I'm just
Nothing wrong. Enfield does not need to outperform AK in order to be the top of the mainstream space. Not to me, and not to many others who enjoy it. Could it be better? Obviously. Do I want it to be better? For sure. Do I demand it? Not really. I play it because I enjoy it as it is, and not because I like the concept of what it could become. Does it improve every patch? Also, yes. However, people hold this game to such high standards that it can possibly meet them, it never will. A filler patch immediately following a banger only adds a new map, a new unit, a 5 star with maximum dudes, 7 new event iterations, and it isn't enough. Like, what do these people for accept the game? I ask this sincerely. Okay.
let me look at my notes really fast, see if I left anything out. Let me take a look. Industry plant? Guys, this is all an elaborate scheme between me and Kooky and our industry overlords to get me in there, to legitimize me. Yeah. So they do know what line breaks are? Yeah, okay, we could use some more line breaks. Fair enough.
I think people hope that Enfield can reach heights in a way.
Volpez vid's been gaining too much traction. Gotta knock him down a peg. What do you mean? Okay, that's literally what people like Kooky should be emphasizing, and why knowledge of other gotchas is important. Sorry, no, what should be emphasized? Sorry, can we revisit that? I missed that. What was that being talked about? Never will. A filler patch immediately following a banger only adds a new map, a new unit, free 5-star plus weapon with maximum dupes, several new event iterations, and it isn't enough. Yeah, I do expect we're going to see the Doom posting on 1.5. Lock in, guys. Lock in. The Doom posting is going to return. Why is my streamer not niche anymore? I'm sorry. Is the illusion broken? My bad. Points to the big comment listed just now. Oh, okay. Trying to think. I'm trying to think if there's any other way I can phrase this. This is the moment to get it right. I have to get this right here. I'm consulting my notes. Yeah, I don't know. Is what I'm saying understood? Like this idea of perspective. I think, dude, and you know, just bounce. I recommended the stream. You don't get this comparison that Kookie's always doing. Comparison to Arknights. I mean, I feel like there was less comparison to Arknights. Again, guys, I think this 1.4 video was like pretty good. Like when I watched it, that was pretty good. Like it's not just because there's glazing, right? Like in the side quest section, I think it talks about like the Li Fong, like the Li Fong quest not being voiced, maybe like stunted the emotional impact of it, and like stuff like that, right? Like, you know, that kind of stuff is fair. I'm glad we're talking about the game. I just think, you know, if we're genuinely kind of asking, you know, this where this disconnect is coming from, it's if, you know, in the past, and this is maybe like something that maybe is unfair to, because like if this 1.4 video is better and things are going better, then, you know, you can let the past go, I guess, and move on, move forward. You know, like if we paid attention to Qingbo Stockade and Tong Tong and Ron Yi's thematic journey, then we know that sometimes you have to, you know, let go of the past and so you can move into the future, right? This is what we learned. This is why it was an important quest. And, you know, sometimes you just have to do that and let go of it. But I think why this sentiment sticks is you just have to be aware that it's just a downer, bro. Like phrasing it in such a way that like the game's barely alive. It's kind of like it's being talked about. Nobody really likes it. It's like down in the community. I mean, yeah, that'll appeal to like the Tobro refugees and the Arknights elitists, and like that'll appeal to them. It's not going to appeal to people that like just genuinely like Enfield, you know? And obviously that's going to leave a bad taste in people's mouths. When the community part is such a big aspect of what makes it so fun, and then feeling that you have to be like apologetic, feeling like you like it's almost like a humiliation ritual. This again is why I say don't crawl on your hands and knees for the haters. I'm not saying Kookie's a hater, but you know, it's the same. It's like a humiliation ritual. It's like I have to sit here and be like, my game's like pretty shit, but like, hey, there are some things I like about it. Like, no, it's like I think it's a good game and I like it. I'm not gonna sit here and like apologize for like, oh, it's so shit. This, and that is shit. Barely alive. Nobody likes it. Community's bad. Low views on Twitch. Low views on the trailers. Low views on the live streams. Low views on the content creators. There's some things I like about it. You have to admit that the music is pretty good. Like, I'm not gonna do that. It's fucking humiliating. And it's just like fat. It's just like living outside of reality. Like, no, it's a good game and I like it. Is that like all I've ever said, really? Scares away new players? Yeah, dude, of course a new player, if like the fucking Arknights guy is saying don't play the game, obviously a new player is gonna think it's shit and not play it. You know? Doesn't want to play other games, so I believe his perspective is perhaps limited to Arknights and Enfield. And that's fine. That's fine. Totally fine. I mean, dude, there are even things that you could do. Like, again, it's all about like the framing, you know, like words have meaning, right? Like sometimes we forget that words have meaning. It's about the framing. Like, if you just want to say, like, hey, like there's this really cool mode in Arknights. These are some ideas of like how they could make this work in Enfield. I'm really excited for like this sort of content to appear in Enfield one day, which like is what kind of like what Brax did, right? He was talking about, he has like the Final Fantasy 14 MMO background. So we talked about with contingency contract, maybe bringing more like MMO mechanics, right? And like replayability and stuff like that. So, you know, like you can bring that experience, you can bring that perspective. But like if your perspective is that like, where's my 7 years of experience? This game is bad, new players shouldn't try it. It's teetering on the edge, it's fading, extended my stay, not good. Like, you know, it's like, does that make sense? Like there are plenty of ways to compare like in like a positive way. It's possible. Getting the Arcane story was not that good, but when the old guy shows up, it's awesome. The Pikachu date was kind of mid, but aside from that, the story is good. Bro, you need to spend some more time in here. We're gonna get that echo chamber ingrained in you. These are like a lot of these opinions are things I've heard on the outside. Spend some more time in our echo chamber, and we'll fix you right up. We'll fix you right up. FGO players first time. Get out. This is hell you're walking into. Yeah, but Fate is just too powerful. Fate's too powerful. Speaking of view Andes, guess who used views as a sole metric to say whether a game is surviving or dying? Kuki himself on the 1.3 IGN promotion. Yeah, that's the irony, you know? That's the irony. Like, that's unfortunately the irony. Gonna convert his ass? No, it's just because like with things like that, like we'll talk about the story. I don't want to go off on a tangent right now, but like in people who've been here in past streams, we've talked a lot about like Fongy's story and like the meaning behind it and all this stuff. We go into detail on those things that give like more perspective and more, you know, ways to look at it. So maybe not right now, but eventually we will. When you already have community, everything you said will have their weight. You should have known that. My opinion doesn't matter. It's such a bullshit when you have community for that big for 7 years. Let's see what you're saying, I think. That's like anything Cookie says with a grain of salt. Bro's been in Arknight's exclusive CFC for a majority of the game's lifespan, so hasn't cared enough about the story to catch up even halfway. Oh, really? Really? Again, guys, we're really swamp assing this by looking at YouTube comments. This isn't, again, guys, it's not about like hating on anybody or like anything like that. This also is not drama, by the way. So don't get it twisted, okay? It's not like a drama thing. This is just, we're kind of just discussing, okay? We're kind of just discussing. All right, grow up. Drama? No, I don't think so. Not cut up? Hasn't done half the side stories? Oh, interesting. Interesting. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I should take that as fact because like I have no idea. So, you know, it did appear in a Twitch in a live stream comment, so it must be true, but I don't know. I think it's more so I can sure to say things in perspective of what I see in the happening in the community. Like, but again, whose community? You know, I watch what people say in streams and videos and forums and online threads to even understand what you should put forth in video. But wait, like, well, why? But then why not say like why instead of titling it as a review, why not just say it's a this is my investigative journalism or something? Like, why don't you just say this is like an article? This is like a community reception. Like, why not just phrase it that way? I don't understand. Like, genuinely. Hugo is one of the guys who said Enfield caters to the mainstream gacha players, yet by only providing context to Arknights versus Enfield, he pushes away the perspective. Did he really say that? Because that was the Tobro talking point. And like, if you know anything, that's the thing. If you have the perspective about other game, like other of these like mainstream gacha games, I mean, Light Zhang himself literally fucking said it. Like Braxphone said it in his little since views matter so much, not on I guess content creator videos, but on trailers. This got like 160,000 views. LOL. Yeah, not that matters, but I mean, Braxphone said it in his video where it's like they're doing things differently by not having FOMO, and that is, you know, like an intentional decision that hurts the retention of their game. But they chose not to prey on FOMO. They've chosen to go for like the setting up this incentive structure where like they want to make good content for people. And you know, the thing is like if they want to come out with their replayable game mode, I don't know how long it'll take. They're working on it. They've been working on it for months, right? Like they scrapped it during beta 1. They've been working on it for many, many months, supposedly. We don't know when we're going to get it. I'm almost positive that Hypergriff's going to give us something eventually, right? But, you know, if that's the case, then it seems like they're satisfied with, you know, not preying on FOMO and just taking that hit for now. And again, it's like, you know, that gives you hope in the developers and it makes you confident because like Hypergriff has a very good reputation for that. And like, if the idea is that it's we're saying that Enfield's appealing to mainstream, like I really just don't think we know what we're talking about. Like we're just saying what Tobro said, and that's just dog shit. Like frankly, that's dog shit. Like they like Lai Zhang said in the interview himself, he understands that the decisions they've made like have made the game more niche and like driven some players away, and but they're committed to their vision. And like, you know, that's not what you do if you're going for like mainstream slop game design. And this is like, guys, and again, this is like the existence of the factory is what they would take, or the factory blueprints is what they take to say like, oh, it's being made for mainstream. It's all mainstream appeal. When in reality, like, again, I think the factory blueprints are something that allows them to make the factory more complex because they can then like keep some of those players who are not huge fans of it as long as they just can have their blueprints. But at the same time, they can make the factory more complex for people that do like it. And it's their way of like having a middle ground, but they still have that. Like if they really wanted to like make the game mainstream, they would have deleted the factory after the first beta. They would have just gotten rid of it. It's just a bad read. It's like a terrible read, I think, on Endfield. Sorry, I'm catching up. Feel the criticism and glaze from him don't feel fair because OG Arknight's always in the back of his mind. I don't know how much now OG Arknights is in the back of the mind. I mean, according to this is like an amalgamation of the community's opinion. What people in streams, videos, forums, and online threads say. And dude, I think this honestly is why that one guy said that he changes what he says based on fear of like backlash. I feel like if you're just saying that, I don't know if you understand. Maybe he misspoke or something. But this is like pretty much directly saying that like none of these opinions are mine. I just find what's the acceptable opinion from like what the mainstream opinion is, and I just regurgitate that in the video. I feel like I'm trying to be like good faith. Like I feel like this must have been like a misspeak. Like that's not what he meant, and he must have been referring to maybe something else or like I don't know. There must have been something else, right? I'm trying to think. Like there must have been something else. But that's what that sentence means, So if you make it a report, then you also have a duty to remove any opinion from it. I mean, the thing is, again, if this is a report, then like people in streams, videos, forums, and threads that's not evidence, brother. Like that's not enough. That's probably really like just not understanding how like internet algorithms and bubbles and echo chambers work, Because like our perception of everything is shaped by like our algorithms and is it condescending to explain this? But like I'm sure he knows, but like our some we don't know when we're in it, but we all have our little algorithm bubble that like shapes our perspective on things. And if you're being fed a lot of like Enfield kind of hater content, like I get like Enfield kind of like positive content on my Twitter feed or whatever, because like I click on more of those and I read more of those. So I don't know. Like I also don't watch people that I think are like haters. So original roguelike was repurposed in a rooted realm we have right now. Oh really? Nice. So I've always been critical about how the dude has always wanted to talk about the other side, what the other side thinks, and then just not give any pushback. Just gives them all their points and doesn't push back at all. All right, take care, Chaos. Probably thinks it's something else, but that's exactly what he's doing. Said this before, but Kukaze does not like the game. He likes the soft power and the attention people give him. Okay, that's a little of a personal hypothesis, but sometimes I don't know, man. I mean, again, instead of calling this a review of Arknights Endfield 1.4, say like title this I read 1,000 Reddit threads and this is what the community thinks of 1.4. Like I don't know what the like. I'm sorry, brother. Like I'm just gonna I just feel like sometimes you have to say it, but the feeling that I get is that like if that's the review has no value. Sorry. If it's just like I'm looking to see what is the acceptable opinion online, like what is inside the Overton window, what is everybody saying, what is the community opinion, but we're not doing like any sort of like we don't have access to survey data, we're not interviewing Hypergraph employees. Like it sounds extreme. It sounds like I'm saying like why don't you just interview a Hypergraph employee? It sounds like I'm saying that facetiously, but like bro, that's the standard if you're doing like a report. That is like that is why Jason Schreier is him, bro. That is why he's the guy. He's the man. Like he has these like it's not easy to form like dozens and dozens of contacts in every single developer studio because people trust you as a reporter and as a journalist. It's not easy to do that. That's why he's the guy. And that's why when he speaks on things, I listen and a lot of people listen. But if it's like, I looked at some live stream comments, I looked at some Reddit threads, I looked at Twitter, like, and then again, like, when it's the main Arknights guy painting these like wide sweeping claims or narratives about like Enfield's not doing well, That's not good for the game, bro. Nobody wants to jump on a sinking ship. That's just how live service community games work. That's why in Japan they call them social games. They don't call them gacha games. It's about the social aspect. Nobody wants to get on a sinking ship. And like if every single review is like, this is a sinking ship, by the way, then, you know, what is this? No content, it's dreadful. Like, this is what people are still remembering, right? This was fucking propaganda. This was terrible. It's like super potential game stuff. You know, like, I know that he's very positive. I know he's like positive on the game and all that stuff, but you know. If we're genuinely curious about where the sentiment is coming from, that's where it's coming from. Just so you know. Just so you know. Reading 1,000 Reddit threads is banned by the Geneva Conventions. I'm not going to be delusional, say that everyone loves it, like me, when I'm very visibly and audibly seeing so many complaints because of my status as a content creator. Like, yeah, nobody loves every game, bro. Like, people, you know how many people hate Genshin Impact? That fucking Candy Bug review got like 700,000 views or some shit. You know how many people hate Genshin? You know, the entire Wuthering Waves community is fueled on hate for Hoyoverse. And you know how many millions of people still play and love the game? Not everyone's going to love it, bro. That's the nature of also being like a niche, title. But the original Tobo videos did so much damage. Yeah, because it basically said this game is shit. It's a sinking ship. It's terrible. Don't get on this. Don't get on this ship. Oh, dang, there's another one. Oh, wait, no, this is the main one. Oh. This is the main one, right? No, this is a different one, isn't it? I don't know. I can't tell. Oh, no, this is the one. Yeah. Yep. This is the Geneva suggestions. Yeah, if you don't like some aspect, you're allowed to criticize. Just don't bring the, like, you already succeeded once. Why are you failing now? Or why don't you just follow the standard? I mean, bro, it was worse than that. It was like, these devs have 7 years of experience. They're incompetent. They're shit. They should be fired. And it's like, that's like not helpful. Like, that's just not helpful. And also it's saying like, this game is shit. It will always be shit. That's what that whole potential game nonsense was about. Like, it's always potential game. Always tomorrow, never today. Like, it's just dog shit, man. Like, it's just like a downer. Like, nobody, but then they, and again, I think like it's bad if Enfield gets this reputation of people being defensive. Maybe I'm contributing to that. I don't know. I hope not. I don't want to be like insert unnamed game here where they like have all these like, genuine content creators who will just like have a one negative thought on the game and then they'll like, people will flip out on them. Like, I welcome like criticism and critique and negative thoughts and stuff. Like, just as you are free to like spout your nonsense, I'm also free to like disagree and kind of like give my ideas, I just think like, for the, except for this one Riddler comment about like, I foresaw this reaction. I feel like this was pretty tame as well. This wasn't very like ad hominem or, this was just like a disagreement and opinion. So, except for that one Riddler comment, it's kind of funny, but he's positive you not have framed a sentiment towards the game needing to create value for him to stay. Yeah, like the extended my stay thing. Yeah. Yeah. Holy essay. Read the Tobo updated comment and see even Haimao comment that he wants to create the game that he wants was taken in bad faith. Yeah, that whole statement was taken terribly. The whole statement was taken extremely personally and terribly, so I would not trust that interpretation. Oh yeah, dude. I mean, the thing is, like, again, I love Elden Ring Night Rain. I love game modes like this. I love replayable game modes. I love high skill ceiling things. I love like skill expression. I love all these things. I want Enfield to add these things. I'm not sitting here saying that like it's perfect as it is. I'm saying I like the game and it's a good game. No reason to do this like apologia for like these like Arknights, elitists, and Tobro refugees that just kind of want to live in this echo chamber of like the game is shit, and it will always be shit. And it's like a stain on Hypergriff, like you don't have to, you don't have to like get on your hands and knees for these people. Just say what you think. Like, don't make a review. Sorry. Again, I'm just saying, like, if no one else is saying this, don't make a review that's an amalgamation of like other fucking Reddit threads and Twitter threads and live stream comments and stuff, and then call it a review of 1.4. Just like say what you think. Is that like an insane take? It's not like Brax was like very clear about in his video that I praised. He's very clear about like this is a weakness. Like having lower retention is a weakness. It's kind of like not totally great for like the developers or whatever. But like not preying on FOMO is a good thing. And I want to see them have content that follows through on this instead of them getting like scared and stressed about retention and then just falling back on FOMO. I want to see them like follow through on their vision, right? Like, and that's not saying the game is perfect. Obviously that's saying like, hey, the game has like replayability issues and like retention issues and stuff like that. And it's like a little more casual than maybe other video games, or as some people want it to be. It's not painting the game as being perfect, but it's a good game and I like it. So I'm excited to see what they do in the future. People lost it already with those diary updates on his videos. Yeah. Even if we don't agree, the discussion is the fun part. We used to love this. We call it having perspective. Yeah, it's, wait, there's a response. Rather waiting and coping for them to cook than moaning about it now and why the game doesn't come early. If it means new game mode is good. You mean like just kind of waiting for the new content rather than calling it bad now? I think he's a fence sitter. People want awesome content. Yeah, they don't want to give developers the time to make said content. That's how you see it. Infinitely replayable, awesome game now, please. Yeah, again, in my little content crisis video, I had a whole section devoted to that. The process of game development, and and the thing is, like, that doesn't mean you need to sit down and play a bad game. That means that, like, if you don't like it, dog, just like come back later, man. Like, I like it now. I like the journey. I like being on the journey. I like the game as it is now. I'm enjoying myself. So I'm in for the journey, If like, I gave many examples. I gave examples of like Jason Schreier interviewing, developers and studio heads and all sorts of stuff like that I think supports that argument. So, but like the Twitch viewership, on the other hand, Twitch viewership. So Instead of looking back at the game of what it was before and every improvement they do was taken with this is the bare minimum. You should have done that from the start. Yeah, it's like very not enjoyable. Like, I just don't, I think to me, this is like a common sense thing, but like, it's like that meme where it's like people are like, enjoying something together, talking about something, and someone on the outside is like, you shouldn't like that. This is bad. Why are you having fun? And then the other side is just like, okay, bro. Like, it's kind of just like, nobody wants that like downer shit, right? And it's like the whole like this like fucking culture now of I'm gonna do some rage. I'm gonna be like Schrodinger's douchebag, and I'm gonna do some rage bait. And like, if people agree, then I was being serious, and if people disagree, then I was just rage baiting. And also like, if someone has an emotion, then like, oh, haha, hey, I made you have an emotional reaction by being an idiot. Like, does something stupid, gets called out for being stupid, and replies with like rent free W rage bait. Like, it's like the dumbest culture ever. I don't know where this even came from. But like, dude, people just don't want to, and I think I mean, I guess that's what he's saying. The guy in the comment is like, if you feel like sentiment is bad, because by the way, this is also like a survivorship bias thing where if you're looking at like your Discord and your community, we don't know where he gets his information from. Cause like, even though this was supposedly a report on like the scouring of like Reddit threads and live streams and social media threads and whatever, apparently that was a report. We don't see any evidence. We don't see any screenshots, any evidence of that. We don't know where the sources are from. We don't know the testimony. We don't have the like quotes. We don't have any of that. So we don't know like where this is coming from. But like, if this is being sourced from like, your Discord or your like Reddit thread or like your common Reddit threads or your YouTube comments or your live stream, then like there's like survivorship bias where, if like there's been a culture for a certain way, people who disagree will kind of like fade away and like fade into the background. And that kind of like echo chamber forms. And then you're kind of like, like people who like look at their Twitter algorithm and they're like, oh, this is the world. They don't realize this is just like their bubble. And, there's things that are going on they will never see just because like their algorithm has not presented it to them. And like, if a tree falls in the forest, or did it really, or if lightning strikes a tree in the forest, but nobody was there, did it even happen? Like, it's like, I don't know, dude, it's like an internet bubble thing. So, like, if you go to my Discord and you source sources from my Discord, Enfield's like the hottest shit out there, Enfield is peak. It's peak field. It's always today, always tomorrow, always yesterday. So Godfield is Godfield. Yeah. Yeah. True. True. Yeah. Built this algorithm brick by brick.
Way that doesn't have a lot of people going against it every single patch. Of course, people will still be against every single patch, but can we change that proportion?
Again, why does it matter? Genuinely, dog. Like, why does it matter? Like, my enjoyment of Enfield, maybe as a content creator, I should care about this. Maybe I'm being a bad content creator right now. But like, why does your enjoyment of the game, why is it dependent on like what all these other people over here are saying? Why do we need to change like the narrative? I feel like you change the narrative by, speaking differently about the game. Like, that's how if you really want to change the narrative, then rather than contributing to the narrative, you like change the narrative.
Against every single patch doesn't
be the change. Yeah.
A lot of people going against it every single patch. Of course, people will still be against every single patch, but can we change that proportion? You think about it this way.
Enfield's an awesome game because it has a ton of shit to do and the freedom to ignore most of it. And that's apparently just a hypergrit philosophy, right? Arcanized players speak up, but apparently that's something they have been doing for a while, right? It's a lot more fun to be in a bubble of happiness than a bubble of hate. Exactly. If I'm going to be in an echo chamber, I'm going to be in a happy echo chamber where I'm like happy, not one where I'm miserable all the time. You know, give me a positive echo chamber, bro. Yeah, I'll say it. That's the future you want. Why are you doing it this way? I don't know.
If 75% of the online conversations, which isn't true for Enfield, but let's just assume in a terrible scenario, if 75% of the kind of online comments that you see is people who do not enjoy Enfield, don't want to play Enfield, versus 25% who's actually still in. Doesn't feel great, right? Like at the very least, when you think about
like, hold on, let me. Yeah, when you're talking about, let me pull up my channel really quick. I want to like. Like, I think when I was frustrated with certain sentiments around the story, I mean, I made these videos, right? Like, you don't get Enfield's story. One thing they don't understand, the philosophy of Arknight's Enfield story. I made like this 1.4 full story explained video. Like when I was upset that people didn't understand Enfield's story, I made videos explaining Enfield's story, right? That's what I did. I didn't make videos saying like Enfield's story is really bad right now, guys, and a lot of people really don't like it. And like it's just actually really terrible. You know, not to like bounce on myself a little bit here, but you know, I can bounce on Brack's phone instead. I mean, like if you like this video about the state of Arknights, like rather than, well, let me think. Does this work? I don't know. It's ideas about the game. It's a discussion about the game, you know? It's not just like people hate this game. Maybe that's not what's being done, but hey, I tried. And you know what? Yeah, these videos get lower views because they're, you know, I think they get more like engagement or whatever, but you know. Godly reference? Who can only regurgitate the fandom opinions he sees, but can't be the change he wants to see, and his excuse that he speaks for the fans? Okay, but in this scenario, shouldn't you as a CC who likes the game try to highlight its positives for people who don't want to participate in those 75% of negative stuff? And again, you know, he does. Like, I know in his streams he does, in his videos he does. So like maybe it's unfair to kind of like say sometimes that, you know, this thumbnail from like months ago should still be like held against him. Again, guys, remember Tong Tong, okay? I don't know, but nobody really watched my Tong Tong explained video. I don't know if I had one of those, but I think I talked about it somewhere. You know, everyone still calls those story patches shit. They don't actually care to look up the meaning or whatever. But we can apply our you know lessons we learned from Tong Tong and Ron Yi. Sometimes you got to let go of the past. But I'm just saying, hey guys, I'm just reporting. I'm just reporting on like why people feel this way. So like, don't kill the messenger. Don't kill the messenger. What do you mean did not understand Enfield's story? I guess you got to watch the video. I guess you got to watch the video, huh? That's crazy. I guess you got to watch it. Interesting. I guess you got to go watch all my videos now. I think he cares about the community before the game as such. So for him, perception overrides the game itself. I don't know. That's speculation. I have no idea about that.
Other games, sometimes when people don't play the game, Like I think of it this way for me as someone who doesn't play ZZ. ZZ looks like a very pretty game for me. But I'm not gonna play it. But at the very least, I'm not negative about it. Like if I had the time to play it, cool, maybe I would have enjoyed ZZ. But I don't feel that way for Enfield. As in, I don't feel that's the sentiment that people have about Enfield. That is like people are struggling to find reasons to like Enfield even if they're not playing it. And I don't think that's
Like, do you see, man? Do you see? Like, we're just digging, bro. Stop digging. Someone get the shovel out of this man's hands. We're just digging. Do we understand? People are struggling to find things they like about Enfield, even if they don't play it. What does that even mean, bro? What does it mean?
that's a good feeling. You want it to be. How about
I don't care what people think if they're not playing my game, bro. I don't care. I don't fucking care. Hey, Lich, what do you think about League of Legends, dog? Do you play League? I don't play League, but I want to know what you think about League. Tell me. Roos, how do you feel about fucking Power World? How do you feel about Power World? I gotta know. I have to know. Feels like he's looking for literally any reason to continue shitting on Enfield. I mean, I don't know. He says he likes the game,
create an
so
environment that Enfield can be described as like, oh shit, I'm not playing this game now, but at least their characters look really cool, and I miss the factory part of the game. I miss the combat of the game. If I played it before, that kind of thing.
I struggle to find a good thing to talk about in League. What did he say again?
Create an and I
Again, guys, I don't harp too much on this because this is like in a live stream. We don't want to swamp ass this too much, but it's not like it's scripted. It's just like off the cuff live stream stuff. We're kind of swamp assing, but
that's a good feeling. Struggling to find that is like people are struggling to find that way to play it. Cool, maybe I would have enjoyed ZZ. But I don't feel that way for Enfield. As in, I don't feel that's the sentiment that people have about Enfield. That is like people are struggling to find reasons to like Enfield even if they're not playing it. And I don't think that's a good feeling. You want it to be. How about create an environment that Enfield can be described as like, oh shit, I'm not playing this game now, but at least their characters look really cool, and I miss the factory part of the game. I miss the combat of the game. If I played it before, that kind of thing. I just don't get that.
what is the chat saying? You've heard people bash on Genshin so much, yet I feel like they don't even play the game. The amount of content they add in Genshin far exceeds Enfield, and it's all really good. Enfield can give us more. It's not like people who ask for content are asking for the stars. Yeah, that's amazing, bro. It's fucking amazing. It's so good. That's so good.
That vibe. As of now, is it getting stronger? Maybe, but not there yet. Again, it's not asking the game to be 100% perfect, but it's almost like a.
Sooner people realize he doesn't like the game, the faster you understand. I'm kind of using my media literacy right now, yeah.
How close can you get, right? Isn't that what we want for most people? When we want something to be like really good, we want it to be near perfect.
Heat comment. Genshin is good, but they're not the same game. Yeah, I like Genshin Impact too. I like Genshin. Genshin's a good game. Kind of got to be honest though sometimes about the game. Next, they're gonna tell me Final Fantasy 14 has more content.
Perfect, which is strange because that's exactly how this guy is feeling. He thinks Enfield is nearly perfect.
I don't think he thinks Enfield's entirely perfect.
for him. So if you like Enfield as much, why don't you have the perspective of...
I'm like reading his chat. I'm like getting rage baited.
Yeah, I think this is the thing I want to understand from a lot of the Enfield defendants of the game. That is,
I feel like the idea does have good faith in it, but they should have dismissed community opinion as crazy. Bro, why does community opinion matter? Can somebody explain? Why does it fucking matter, dog? Who cares? Who cares what the community thinks? Like, maybe if it's your job, like, I'm not even, if you call me a content creator for Endfield, it's not my job to like care what the community thinks. It's my job to like make content on a game I like and like talk about a game I like. It's not my job to like manipulate the fucking community opinion to be a certain way. I don't know, man. Whatever.
I totally understand that Enfield feels like a great game for you. And
Yeah, Genshin's good. I like Genshin a lot. I like Genshin a lot. When people have to understand sooner or later, we can only tiptoe around this for so long. If you're always looking for things to nitpick in something, you don't like said thing, period. Stop using perfect. Yeah, it's no one said Enfield's perfect. Okay, no one said it's perfect. Well,
perhaps it also does for me. But if you love the game so much, do you not, instead of...
wait, yeah, this guy even said it. Could it be better? Obviously. Do I want it to be better? For sure. So
fighting with people that, oh, by the way, I love this game so much. You are wrong because you don't love it as much as I do.
no one's saying
don't
that.
play the role of trying to be a person who...
I think the reason also, I think this, like translating this feeling, again, guys, I'm just the messenger. It's not me. I'm literally just the messenger, okay? Translating this feeling is like probably the fastest way to like stop the Wuthering Waves community evolution, where it's like, you know, because like it's what's being said is that, you know, essentially if someone criticizes something, we just like dogpile shit on that person. But that's not what we're going for. We don't want that. I think we're in agreement. We don't want that. But I think at the same time, you don't have to get on your hands and knees and fucking like lick the ball sack of the haters. You know, like you can just like be proud of the thing that you like. You know, like when you see people like shitting on, like during Gamescom, every time someone's like shitting on Hoyoverse or Gacha games or whatever, like these people are haters. You don't need to go to these people and say like, why don't you give these games a chance? Why don't you just stop being mean to such and such? Why can't you realize they have good music? They have good this or that. They have good aspects to them. They have don't humiliate yourself. Don't be like gesture maxing. Like this gesture maxing has to stop. It needs to stop. That's what I mean. You know, it's like, don't gesture max to fucking Mr. Clapping Seals. Okay. But like, yeah, we have discussions all the time about how the game can be better. No one's saying the game's perfect. But I'm not going to sit here and get on my hands and knees and fucking beg for a crumb of like respect from people that hate my fucking guts. Like, why? Genuinely, why? Like, it doesn't matter. If some Arknights elitist hates the game, if some Tobro refugee hates the game and just wants to shit on it because it makes them happy to do that, bro, fine, dog. That's not I don't care. I don't care what the community thinks. I genuinely don't fucking care. If 100,000 people hate Enfield and 1,000 people like Enfield, you know, I'm gonna have fun with my 1,000 people. I don't fucking care, dog. Like, you know? The Wuwa community turned itself into the Genshin community. I don't even know about Genshin community. I mean, again, not speaking generally, it's like a few people. Remember, I try and say this every time so that people are aware. It's not the Wuwa community, it's not the Genshin community, it's like a few people, not everybody, not even close to everybody, not even like a fraction of a percent probably of people. It's just enough of loud voices that made like, you know, turn some people away. Anyway, disclaimer. His being the Marco Messenger rule? Wait, what? The Marco Messenger rule? I feel like we need to create our own echo chamber. I mean, that's kind of what this is. But that's why we need people like PK. That's why we need the gimmick chatters like PK and everybody else in here to hate on Endfield. Where's Ken Kaneki when you need him, bro? Where is Ken Kaneki? Where's my Tokyo Ghoul? I need him. So do we. Let's affect Volpez's opinion. Okay.
Convinces people that it's actually good. Just because you like it doesn't convince people that it's good. You know what I mean to say?
I don't need to convince anybody that it's good. I don't need to convince someone it's good. I just need to. Anyway. Like when I have these, you understand when I have these videos, this is the packaging, right? This is the packaging. What I wanted to do in this video was to speak about what I found good. Like when I made I love this video. This video got 5.6 thousand views. This is probably one of my favorite videos that I've made. I really like the 1.4 full story video as well. One of my favorite videos because I researched Dune and like Lord of the Rings, and I did a lot of Dune research. I did hours and hours of Dune research, you know, and made this video where I talked about like the story and the meaning of the things in Endfield. I don't need to convince anybody. You just need to like talking about what you enjoy is not the goal is not to like fucking brainwash people. I don't know. I'm not saying that's what he's saying. I just think like in general, are we placing too much importance on community opinion? You know, I mean, it's kind of implicit. Like if I'm thinking about it, let me think about it for a sec. It's kind of implicit to the idea that like, you know, you want people to have the right idea about the story. But I'm like, when I think about the story, I'm thinking like, I think these ideas are really great. I think these themes are very meaningful. To me, it's a shame that people are not understanding them. They don't get them. Right. So I want to share that. I want to share that information. I want to share like how this is like maybe like like how the themes are like similar to Dune's themes. I really like Dune. So I want to talk about that. I want to share that with people, you know. I want to share like the true meaning of like Arcane storyline and Wu Ling storyline and whatever. I don't know.
You gotta tell people reasons in their way of like, okay, what's in it for you? You as a person who's not playing Enfield, why will you like it? You as a personal person, it's not.
That might not have even been connected to what he's saying, if I'm being honest. That might have been like separate because I don't really get what he's saying to be totally honest. But that's just something else, tangent, I guess. Not really necessarily connected to. I don't know what he's saying to be honest, but like if you're talking about how to convince people how to enjoy the game or something, I guess I don't know. You're too much of a glazer for Ken. Yeah, Ken doesn't like that. Ken doesn't like that. Oh, this game, is it still alive? I heard a lot of Doom posting. Yeah, no, we're doing good. We're doing quite good over here. Thank you. Welcome. Welcome to the cult. Step into my office. Tell them why you like it.
Going to have the same reasons as someone else. I think this is something that just defenders don't understand. You need to shut up about what you like when you're talking to people who don't like the game. And you need to start phrasing and this is something that no person is not going to have the same reasons as someone else. I think this is something that just defenders don't understand. You need to shut up about what you like when you're talking to people who don't like the game. And you need to start phrasing and
Stop, chat, stop. Let him cook. Let him cook. I don't want to hear anything in the chat. If you laugh, you're banned. If you so much as smile, you're banned. Mods, snipe them. Be on the lookout. Let him cook.
And writing in a way that helps people to understand it better.
Hold on, I should probably listen to it without cutting.
In a way that helps the game. And you need to.
Okay, let's listen to it in full. Sorry.
I think this is something that just defenders don't understand. You need to shut up about what you like when you're talking to people who don't like the game. And you need to start phrasing and writing in a way that helps people to understand it better.
Dude, look at the chat, right? What's wrong with wanting the game to improve even beyond the current point? Dude, this is why, like, when I say don't get on your hands and knees for haters, I guess, you know, I don't think I'm being even addressed here, but like, that's my point, right? I say don't get on your hands and knees for haters. I don't say, like, don't, like, this is, like, not again, not about me. I'm just saying, like, I think this is the correct way of looking at it. Don't get on your hands and knees for haters. You know, criticism is good. We talk about criticisms like improve the game. Like, it, you know, for example, but you know, there's different ways. There's just different ways of doing it. Like, I think, you know, they want to run all the way to the extreme where it's like, you know, if maybe the vibe, if the vibe check isn't being passed, people will say like, I'm not, the vibe check's not passing. And then it's like, oh, you're an ostrich man. You just want to stick your head in the ground, Mr. Ostrich. You fucking bird fuck. You want to stick your head in the sand and not pay attention to the issues? We're trying to fix something over here. We're trying to do something. Like, okay, bro. Yeah, go. And yeah, I wish you luck on your mission. I wish you luck on your mission.
To summarize, not showcasing and appreciating Endfield for what it is, as well as putting it on a high pedestal with good faith criticism, can be weaponized and turned into negative PR. Bro, can I just say this?
Chat, if you have a smiling PFP, you're getting sniped. Video should be called How Do We Convince Haters to Stop Being Haters? To understand better what? Okay, again, let's Steelman, okay? Steelman from the greatest possible interpretation. What's possibly being said is that, okay, so you're someone who likes the game. You're talking to someone who doesn't like the game. In order to convince them to maybe like enjoy the game, you have to put yourself in their shoes and understand, instead of just talking about why you like the game, you need to understand why they hate the game. And then in doing so, you can convince them to like the game. Something like that. Is that right? But if someone hates the game and you convince them, you're not going to convince someone who hates the game to like the game. They hate it. They just hate it. Yo, what's up, Ghost? You use a LARP as a hater to convince them, to convert them to Glazers? Yeah, you're not converting anyone to a fucking... Okay, maybe... Bro, if someone like doesn't like the game, they're not going to try it, dog. Like... I don't get it. I don't get it. Maybe it's like listen to people who hate the game to listen to their feedback, so then you can give that feedback to the devs, so then they can take that to fix the game. But I think this is a misconception that like only haters, you know, the fucking like omniscient, you know, enlightened ones who like are free from like the glaze. They're not like IDF metal enjoyer, glaze clapping seals, ostrich people. You know, they are the enlightened, the intelligent, the perceptive. They see the truth for what it is. They see how the game is shit while everyone else is just like having fun playing a video game. Puh, I spit on that. I spit on your fun playing a video game. But they are the ones that see the truth and understand how to make the game better. So we need to listen to them. We need to listen to people that hate this fucking game. Oh my God, yes! We need people who hate the game to change it to fit their demands. So that the people that like it, their game can be changed to fit everyone else's demands. Oh my God, yes. Okay, I don't really know. I have no idea, to be honest. I mean, I think there's this big misconception that like you're not allowed to give feedback, and Actually, wait a sec. I think maybe this we cannot criticize Arknight's Endfield. Maybe like this is the idea that still survives to this day, even though that's not true. Okay, I'm gonna drop a couple of Endfield critiques right now, and if I check my live stream numbers, if it goes down to 0, then this hypothesis is tested. Okay. For 1.4, I think that one section where you're lighting the pillars is kind of a little long, a little drawn out. Probably wasn't utilized, like the dead space wasn't utilized as much as it could have. I think they could have had more dialogue between the characters, like as you're moving from place to place, kind of like letting characters talk and get to know each other a little better. I think MC should be voiced more. I think that I'm going to reuse this one from earlier. I'm going to recycle this, but I think that many times coming up to 1.4, we saw how an unvoiced MC with fake dialogue choices kind of like ruined the emotional impact of many moments. And therefore, you know, seeing them deliver lines in Arcane's quest made it like feel much more impactful. So I think that that's a sign that like they should voice the MC more and let them kind of express more of their personality. And then I think the game probably needs more replayable content, such as like an Elden Ring Night Rain mode that takes advantage of Enfield's like really enjoyable exploration, something that's like replayable with a reward system that kind of encourages, you know, going in and doing rounds over and over again, possibly incorporating like difficulty, possibly co-op, possibly progression systems, roguelike systems. And I think like what Brack said is that I appreciate that the game has taken FOMO out of the game, but I think in terms of like replayability, it doesn't necessarily, because they've chosen to not take advantage of manipulative tactics such as RNG gear, DPS check timer slop, power creep, HP inflation, shield weapons, dupes. They've kind of like hurt their own kind of retention. And I'm kind of excited to see what they do in the future. But I think, you know, we need, you know, having like, I'm still waiting for more content. All right. I'm going to wait 10 seconds. And if there's, I don't know how many people I even usually get in chat. If there's like 0 people here, then hypothesis tested. Okay. Ready? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, Mississippi. 3, 4, 2, 1. 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, there's 90 people here. Okay, I think we're doing okay. Do you guys hate me now? Hate detected, vacating premises? Volpez going full hater mode? Boom, I'm gone? Yes? Okay. All right. How dare you? See, dude, I think to like you can voice all of those things without saying like the game is bad, it's in danger, it's teetering on the edge, it's extended my stay, right? Like, just saying. You don't need to be a hater to understand those things. To voice those things. You can also voice those things in a way that, you know, is probably more receptive to developers. Not that I think there's any developers that are going to see this or whatever, but you can voice that in such a way that is not like this game's in trouble, right? What was it said earlier that like Enfield doesn't have anybody speaking positively about it? Like with ZZZ, you know, people that don't play the game will look at it and think it's good, but Enfield doesn't have that. Like, you don't need to say stuff like that is a dire statement to say that like someone could look at Enfield who doesn't play it and wouldn't like anything about it. Like, that is a dire statement. Anyway, it was 900 a minute ago, I swear. Ah, shit, bro. I'm leaving the stream. You're the first CC I hate. You can voice those things without bending over to Tel Aviv weirdos. Exactly, dude. You can literally say all the criticisms you want. But you don't have to bend over for the fucking haters. You don't have to fucking bend over and spread your cheeks open wide for people that hate you and that like think that you're scum and think that you're like, you know, a fucking ice dweller for playing Arknight's Endfield. You don't have to do that. Like, you don't have to really care what those people think. You know, it's like it's the Hoyoverse apologia. Like, I don't have to care. Like, I'm just gonna enjoy what I enjoy. I don't have to care what like you know, game and like fucking ball and gun gamers think about Oyoverse. We don't have to criticize the game ourselves. Everyone else is doing that already. I mean, I feel better about my feedback than like I want the developers to listen to my feedback more than I want them to listen to the haters. You know, like the haters want to fundamentally change the game to fit their demands. I enjoy the vision of the game and I want to give feedback that's in line with like the developer vision. And I also can do so without saying the game is terrible. You know, I don't know, man.
This guy has definitely written essays. I used to be what was my role exactly? Like a teaching assistant for writing. I'm just going to put forth that he would have failed. I had to grade students' essays together with my teacher back then. And
He would fail? What? Why? To summarize, comma, not showcasing and appreciating Enfield for what it is, comma, as well as putting it on such a high pedestal with good faith criticism, comma, can be weaponized and turned into negative PR to harm the game just as much as outright haters. This is correct grammar. This is good. I feel like this is good. Why is this a fail? Yeah, we could use some line breaks, but like I feel like the grammar and the writing is pretty good. There's honestly more commas in here than most people like. Even that this like also yes, like you're supposed to have a comma here, most people probably wouldn't. The line breaks might fail you. I mean, outside of the line breaks, I don't think this is a failing essay. My teacher would not read that? Bro, what's wrong with it? What's wrong with it? So I don't like Arknights. I think the story should be voiced and have cutscenes. Also, Doctor should stop being a self-insert. Also, don't like the tower defense. Just make it a 2D action RPG. Your move. Dude, I'm saying I think Arknights is a terrible game that is like, again, I'm just the messenger. I have no idea. I think that Arknights might be a terrible game that's like widely hated by the community because oh my god, the official channel doesn't even show up when you search Arknights. I mean, their YouTube channel has 369,000 subscribers, whereas Enfield has 369,000 subscribers. Enfield has like 1 million. Okay. This animation PV got 8.3 thousand views. It's got 33,000. I mean, I just don't think Arknights is in a good spot, personally. I just don't think they're doing too hot. Chen the Dawn Streak, this is a big character, right? 23,000 views. I mean, like, guys, like, I just don't think Arknights is doing that well. Like, I just think the developers are incompetent and should be fired, frankly. I just think they're doing a shit job. Ah, man, that hurts, man. I don't play this game. I don't play this game. I don't really know anything about it, but I think they're doing bad. Yikes. Yikes. Moment of silence for Arknights. This game's dying. This game is dead. '07 EOS night. Yeah, okay, if it wasn't obvious, that was a joke, but I mean, dude, I browsed some streams and Reddit threads where people said they just didn't like Arknights, by the way. So I do think some random people that I don't know if they play the game or not, they might just be like day one haters, like Tobero refugees, seal clappers, IDF metal enjoyers, whatever you want to call them. I have no evidence that they play the game. I have no evidence that they like the game. I have no evidence of any of that. But I did see a Reddit thread where they were kind of shitting on Arknights. I think it's in a bad spot. I think it's in a bad spot. So watch the 6.5 anniversary video. Maybe eventually, yeah. Maybe we'll check it out. People watching that will unironically think the game is dying. Oh, the anniversary video? I don't know, man. It's kind of like
This student would have gloriously failed because oh my god, this was bad to read.
it was good, I think.
Because goddamn, to summarize classic essay writing. I understand that you're not hating.
Fucking rolling my eyes. Okay, unrelated. What do you mean classic essay writing? Am I okay? Maybe I'm just turning into a hater. Like, what does that mean, classic essay writing? He wrote some sentences. I don't like because he used commas or he used like this whatever this is called to summarize comma.
Endfield and
Anyway.
but your high regard for Hypergraph and AK distorts the reality of what Endfield truly represents to people like me. Yeah, go find people who represents you. Stop being here.
Come to my echo chamber. Yes, come to the Volp SCF echo chamber. We got you, brother. We got you. You'll be welcome here. And you will conform. And you will conform. Sign on the dotted line. Don't read the small print, but you will have to conform. And if you say one wrong thing, I will publicly humiliate you in front of everybody.
Shoo! If I don't represent you, why are you here? You can be happier if you find people who represent you. Freedom of choice is amazing.
The hive mind shall take one more.
Who came from mainstream gachas and finally discovered the game they love and want to support, only to see it not receive the recognition it deserves and be pushed back by every angle. That's what I'm trying to fucking do in this video!
Okay, to be fair, the 1.4 review was pretty good. I'll say it again. I think it was fine. I don't remember any moments of like don't play Arknights Endfield, you know what I mean? I don't remember any don't play Arknights Endfield moments. Like new players don't try. I don't remember any of that. So I think it was pretty good.
I'm trying to give it the fucking recognition it deserves!
As a teaching assistant, you should have known not to act condescending than people who are lesser than you. I think there was no condescending point before that whole like you would have failed an essay statement. I think that was there was some condescension in there, frankly, but you know. His 1.3 review was a big nothing burger is a problem. I don't really remember anything from it, to be honest. I don't remember that much from it. I remember there was one good point, I think, about the Lee following the side quest or something. Like they should basically just amounted to like put more effort into the side quest, which is okay. And then like there was some mention of the like Echoes of War low tier rewards. I think there was some mention of like having a lot of content to do. The main story being really good, was glazed deservedly. Being more unique, more difficulty. Yeah, more difficulty, I think, was said. So, not bad.
So
See, and this, I think, So I think the reaction that he just had to that is, again, why? Like, I know I've been, again, really swamp assed on this for like 4 hours or whatever. We've been here like for kind of swamp ass, and maybe bridge burned. I don't know. I don't know how this is going to be taken. But like, if I had to, like this reaction, I'm gonna do a twist. There's gonna be like a nice like little noir twist here. This reaction tells me that like Kooky and all of y'all and his whatever, and then me and all this, like we're all like on the same side, It's just like this, disagreement about how we're like framing things, like framing the discussion and the feedback and stuff. Right? That's that's kind of what I'm getting. I genuinely think everyone's like on the same. It's not even really about sides, because like sides are weird, right? Sides are kind of like patronizing or condescending in the first place, because it's like about putting people in boxes. It's not about that. It's about like everyone's kind of like good faith, That's what I mean when I say side. On the side of like acting in good faith, right? I know some of y'all probably don't think so anymore, but like, maybe he genuinely is trying to do that. So it kind of just comes down to like, I just don't think you've been like successful in doing that. And that's if I'm translating what like these people think and are saying and feeling, that might be it. That might be it.
This is what resulted in the community's near complete disappearance, as everyone, including myself, has gone silent rather than starting.
Yeah, but him saying the story was good, was followed by 1.1 to 1.3 is nothing. I can't recall anything about it. Yeah. And that, oh yeah, wait, yeah, hold on, wait. Now I'm getting a little triggered. I'm about to get fucking pissed again. Because again, that's why I made all these videos talking about like the virtues of like 1.3. I think at one point in here, I mentioned, oh look, this is from the Tong Tong scene. Yeah, this like little snippet. Because I talked about the Tong Tong quest for a bit. And I talked about how Arcane is the culmination of like the thematic journey from all of the different Wu Ling quests. So the Tong Tong thing was about like letting go of the past and moving into the future, right? Like not forgetting the past, not like shoving it out of sight, out of mind. It's about like not letting an obsession with the past prevent you from moving forward and like living your new life. That's very relevant to Arcane. Fong Yi's was about not taking all the burdens onto yourself, not essentially like this like obsession with like self-sacrifice, this obsession with like survivor's guilt, this obsession with like I have to do everything myself. This is both of those are very relevant also to modern day life. Not everybody's living in like a some apocalyptic world like Warzone or something, but that's relevant to like everyday life. The idea of like not doing it, not like feeling like you have to do everything yourself, not relying on anybody, not accepting help from anybody. There's a lot of like, people internalize like shame and like asking for help, so that's very relevant and important. And that's again, very important to Arcane. And then 1.3 with Sword Vault Dale was about fighting for something beautiful as opposed to fighting for the sake of like war and violence and domination, right? It's about not just about winning war, not just about fighting, winning, killing, winning war. It's about why are we fighting? We're fighting for like a more beautiful world. We're fighting for something. And that's something that Arcane had forgotten about when she was obsessed with like this mission and sacrifice and seeing this through. She forgot like why she was building for a better tomorrow. She literally told the Endmen, everyone else has all these things that they're thinking about, this future that they're thinking about, and I have none of that. So like, and she said, what's the difference between this blight shade and me? So like, very impactful, makes me very emotional even just thinking about that now. And that's like why the story means a lot to me, all of these things. Now, was the presentation always the best? The Endman voice acting, the dialogue choices, the roles of certain characters, like presentation always the best? No. I genuinely think the story was really like well written, what Hypergriff was trying to do. I genuinely think there was a lot of really good stuff to take away there. And yeah, kind of having that hand waved away as like it was all shit and 1.4 was good. Like, why was 1.4 good? If you couldn't appreciate that other stuff, why is 1.4 good all of a sudden? Was it because of like the natural disaster? Because like it's sad because people were dying. Like, like again, that's why, like I say, these stories have meaning to me. I can talk about why the stories have meaning to me, right? But By the way, if that guy was here earlier when I made that comment about stick around for long enough and you'll become part of that hive mind, there you go. That's why. There you go. Probably gone by this point, but shame. But, you know. Kuki telling his viewers to find another CC, meanwhile he's telling his watchers to cater to haters, Lamau? Most media literate streamer? Talking about me? Surely you're not talking about me, right? Yeah. Swordville Dale was about why someone holds a sword. Yeah. So, you know, and the thing is, like, these are not just like, oh, that's just some dumb throwaway little, like, oh, it's so obvious, you know, like, don't be, you know, fight for something good. That's not, dude, these are extremely, like, the reason they have meaning to me is because I look around at modern day world, I look at like the life that I have lived, right? So it goes from all the way from little things, you know, from like from being in school and being too like ashamed to go like ask a professor for help, you know, because I needed help with something, but I was too ashamed. I said, I need to do this on my own. If I can't do this on my own, you know, then it's a sign of like me not being good enough. So like I wouldn't go and ask for help. It's little things like that. Like those are things that people live through. That's life. That's just real, like raw life. Or you look at like the state of the world with like this obsession with like war and killing and like whatever. I mean, yeah, the story of the lesson of Swordville Dale is extremely relevant. It's important. It means something, right? And you can say, you know, we talk all the time about like the presentation and, you know, I understand there's like, you know, I would love for these very meaningful stories to be like, have this like, you know, like a Mappa level animation for every scene and all this stuff. And like, I understand there's like constraints on that. You can't always do that. So there's little things like the voice acting and, you know, I like the facial expressions and I like the writing. And like, if you can extract that meaning from the writing, then like the writers are doing something correct. And, you know, I'm really not a fan of this, like 1.4 was good, you know, but everything else was shit. I mean, whatever. 1.4 wouldn't have hit without 3 patches building up to it. All these people just want hype and aura, go watch JJK or something. Yeah. Like, yeah. Still stuck in the Lone Trail as peak mindset, but cannot explore beyond the headlines. I can't wait to get to Lone Trail. I can't wait. I'm really actually like motivated to keep reading the Arknight story. I'm very active on it. Like I'm like been reading every day for the past few days. So you know, if you're a literature teaching assistant, maybe reading into the story should be the requirement. I mean, I think again, like when you talk about the framing, like this whole thing about like this again, if we're all good faith, we all have the same goal, right? Of like maybe uplifting Enfield, wanting the game to be better, whatever. We want to have fun talking about the game, having discussions about it. If that's the goal, then like, why don't we like look into the story and uplift those things? Like, why is instead like you need to stop talking about what you like about the game and instead listen to the haters who hate the game to understand how to make the game better or something? I know how to make the game better, dog. I know. It's not rocket science. We're all out here playing armchair developer, asking for like more voice acting or better animations or whatever the fuck. We're all just out here playing armchair developer. Like these guys are not, again, they're not like these like Picasso, Michelangelos who just like understand art on like a fundamentally deeper level than everybody else. Like these like tortured artists, you know, who just like, nobody gets how bad everything is. Like, Lone Trail is overrated. Yeah. So like this idea that no peak without the climb, right? I think that's something else that this guy brought up. And I'm not necessarily even a subscriber to that. Like, I understand, yeah, like the 1.4 hit hard because of the buildup. I understand that's what people are trying to say. The reason that I don't subscribe to that or like use that as like a defense of Enfield's story is because like everything that I just said about 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, like that's not just like the climb towards the peak. That like I find like the meaning that I found in that, all of those lessons, all of those like themes in the storytelling, like that is peak. Like I enjoy that. I enjoy like the lesson. I enjoy like Tong Tong's lesson, right? I enjoy the writing of like Fong Yi's lesson and theme. Like the journey is also just as enjoyable as like the whole like climb to the peak, right? That's why I choose to talk about those parts of the story and I made videos about it and I uplift those parts because I want more people to appreciate those parts and not just see it as like this is all like preparation, this is all build up for like the peak arcane quest, you know? There's, you know, in 1.5 with Typhoeus, Tifius, whatever, like I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to analyze her story and see like what value can I get from this, even if it's not like arcane levels of like climax, like story climax, you know, like in the like a story pyramid or whatever. I'm still going to look at that and say like, what is the meaning? What is the theme? What do I take away from this? If I'm looking to actually enjoy the story and the journey, right? I mean, and the thing is, I would criticize if there was no meaning. Like if I couldn't find anything, if I did my best and I was like, they just didn't really come through, then I would say I would bring that criticism, right? But like, you know, I'm not going to say that like Tong Tong's story was shit because I didn't feel like sad when Ron Yi died because they didn't do enough of a, you know, because like the only way character's death matters is if I felt sad if the character died, right? They made me feel bad for him and then he died. They made me like him and then I felt bad when he died. Like, you know, I'm not going to say it's shit because of some random nonsense like that. And then, yeah, like you pin an IDF medal on my chest, I guess, because I just glazed a little too hard, clapping seal, I guess. Will there be an OG and Enfield writing comparison video? Maybe not a comparison, like a direct, dedicated comparison. You might see like references to Arknight's story popping up. Because I typically will do like references to other storytelling, but you might see references popping up. I don't know, man. If I really am enjoying Arknights, I might even make like chapter reviews or something. I have no idea. I haven't really thought about it that much. Fong Yi, burdened with survivor's guilt, who also had great respect for her mentors, sees a mentor from figure from the past. She shows administrator of the city so she can hear from them, a mentor figure. She respects that she's done something good. Yeah, and there's all this like, you know, if you take into account the fact that like all of her mentors died, and like part of the reason she's like felt like she needs to take everything onto herself is because the idea of bringing like another mentor, like after having all of her mentor figures died, you know, for her to like stand on their shoulders to like continue the work, the idea of like climbing over the corpse of yet another mentor figure to her goal was like unacceptable, you know, and that's why she like tried to leave everyone else out of it. Like if you, I don't know, like subtext, I suppose, you know, subtext is cool. We like subtext. Yeah, can very easily understand how quickly Ronnie flipped because the desire for revenge must have been just laying around. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. Supposed to care about Enfield's story because that's the only connection the game has to the original Arknights. Hmm. Yeah. Kugi says Ace's death was extremely deep while Ronnie's was not. When you argue Ronnie had much more buildup. Dude, I've even talked about Ace's death, and I know that Ace gets like built on later in the story, supposedly, what people have said. Guys, I could even say that like Ace's death meant something. And dude, actually, when I was reading chapter 7 recently, this thought that I had, this analysis interpretation that I had was like vindicated because they said something very similar. But even if you're looking at Ace's death, I talked before about how it's not necessarily that like you didn't know the guy enough and then, oh, he died. Oh, I don't care because I didn't know him. it's like I think what they're getting at with like Ace and then the Scout was the other guy is that they like cared enough about their comrades, they cared enough about their cause, they believed enough in what they were doing that it was worth giving their life over, right? And I think that's something you can take away from that moment, even if like we didn't really know them, they are like NPC designs or whatever. Their names are Ace and Scout, like but it still like says something. There's still something you can take away. So I don't know. I don't know. I still haven't seen the whole thing, but yeah, I guess also like shock value and like the whole like Game of Thrones moment or something, like nobody's safe, I suppose. Although apparently no playable characters have actually died. It's just kind of NPCs and stuff. Yeah, yeah. So if you read more, apparently they add more context to their character and like their death and stuff. So didn't care about Ron Yi, but you did care it made Tong Tong sad. I mean, that's another way of looking at it. That's another way. I think his death was again. It was building into that whole like this is what happens when you become obsessed with the past. You don't let it go. You don't move forward. Man, story tangent, I guess. Yeah, no, that's also what his death was kind of meaning. It wasn't necessarily like you should feel sad. Like every single death from JJK, for example. And no, that's not fair to say because they also fight for their comrades and stuff, and there's a lot of meaning behind that. But I think JJK uses character death. Like the author will use it a lot as more of like a gut punch. Like there are some characters I think that die that it was just kind of there for like either shock value or emotional gut punch or like make you sad. But some characters are pretty meaningful.
Pointless arguments war like I do now, knowing they will accomplish nothing. It's a pointless argument because you are fucking saying pointless things. You don't. Bro. I just need. I asked for timestamps, by the way. I asked for timestamps. I just need you guys to know. Could you timestamp?
If the horse guy suddenly is Ronnie's best friend, we get 20 flashbacks, doesn't change 1.1 itself. JJK, that's kind of BS. Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunate.
When I'm condescending in the video, 0 timestamps!
Strawman, by the way, I think condescending was not the issue.
Timestamps when I asked for one.
I don't think being condescending was necessarily the issue.
Wait, I need my stress ball. My god. Oh, yo. Some people will say, Cookie, don't read these type of comments. They're not worth the time. But like, you can't deny, sometimes reading it once in a while is like watching a fucking specimen.
He's asking for sources now?
Of people who don't comprehend. And then, it's just deadly, because what do you even do?
I think ironically, like if we, again, dude, this is why this is so self-defeating, is because ironically, like shitting on this guy and saying like he's a specimen that doesn't understand anything, in reaction to his criticism is kind of like, I guess every accusation is a confession. Cause like when other people because when other people react negatively to like their criticism, they say that you're like a glazer, an IDF metal enjoyer or whatever, a clapping seal, right? That you just don't want the game to be better. You just want to stick your head in the sand and not pay attention to any of the issues. You don't want to do any of that. But I would say you're kind of missing the point, TBH. Like if the message is not landing.
Cookie, don't read these type of comments. They're not. It's like watching a fucking specimen. of people who don't comprehend. And then it's just deadly because what do you even do to help them comprehend? How do you even help people like that?
You cannot criticize Kuke Kaze. More like you can't criticize Enfield criticism. I should make a. Oh wait, I just need to make a video on that. Wait a sec. Nobody steal that. Mods, cut that. That's a banger idea. It's a banger idea. Cause like it truly is, dude. It's like an entitlement of like maybe that's a harsh word, but it's like an entitlement of like, you know, when I criticize, I'm trying to help, I'm trying to improve, you know. But when you don't agree with my criticism, you're just a glazer. Like when you criticize my criticism, you're just a glazer who is an ostrich man sticking your head in the ground. Volp, write this down. The more you see this crash out, the more validated you feel.
Oh my god, I'm better check my blood pressure. I probably have to check my blood pressure very soon. It's probably high by now. I probably need medication already. It's like
It is perfect for my debate class to point out fallacies, Lamel.
watching a burning building. You know it's bad, but you can't help looking at it. Yeah. Wow. Kids nowadays be like, he doesn't share my opinion. He's condescending. Yeah. What the fuck was the comment below it? I don't know.
Are you aware of the genocide drama? Hey, have you heard about the genocide drama? He refuses to play the game he was sponsored before because he was not sponsored anymore. And genocide, bro.
No, the comment below it wasn't that bad. The comment below it was just saying that
Wait, hold on. Actually, I forgot about this. This is important.
was more in reply to the guy saying we need people who can help address the flaws.
Like, defending this comment. This is a Tobro refugee. This is a Tobro refugee. Like, this is the propaganda talking point that like derails the entire discourse. Is that anytime you don't agree with someone's criticism, you're called a fucking clapping seal IDF metal enjoyer who like is an ostrich sticking your head in the ground, eating dirt, Mr. Mole Man, you know, digging holes in the ground to avoid your because you're so sensitive, your criticism, the undeserved petulant glaze. This is what's derailing the discourse. If you ask me, is Mr. Clapping Seals over here, Mr. Tobro refugee. Like, this is not an appropriate response to this, you know? There's a comment from that guy under this live stream. I don't know how many threads I need to pull on to follow on this story, but I'm only here for half the stream. This is great material. Okay, bro. Okay, all right. Someone tell Kugi to add a compressor to his mic setting. Yeah, I feel like isn't that the compressor's job? Instead of using like a limiter to like cut the mic off at loud sounds, use a compressor or something. Anyway. Toxic positivity over toxic negativity. Yeah, if you gun to my head, if I had to choose, I'm taking toxic positivity, frankly.
So, oh else. But was the video any bad?
No, it was a good video. It was a good video. Actually, wait, I forgot you called 1.0 to 1.3 shit. So I don't know. I'm getting lost. Where's the It's not even there. Oh no, here it is. Yeah. 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 Toxic positivity equals defending Enfield from hate. Bro, I don't even feel the need to defend Enfield from hate. Like, there's all sorts of slander propaganda. I'm not here to defend Enfield. I like talking about the game and like having discussions about the game, which, like, bro, you use Braxphone's video as your positive example. Anytime it's 11 minutes, dog. Like, I know he got misunderstood too, which I think might have been like a knee-jerk thing, you know? I don't know. There were several people that were saying that he's asking for more FOMO in the game, which I think was not the case. Or not even I think. I know it was not the case. But anyway. Over the last reply now. What, this one? This one? Receive a response. Okay, I think like no need to like whatever. Summarize, you've pretty much gone over what I was like very formal, you know, I don't think you have to be as formal. But to summarize, you've pretty much gone over what I was trying to convey entirely, either because I've been framing myself poorly or not pick up my goal with this. Let me respond and clear things up. Believe you think I don't like you. I don't believe your 1.4 review video is a good positive video, and I dislike it because I didn't pay attention and have the attention span of a goldfish. Both of these are false. Let's break them down. I did not send you timestamps for the video because, as I previously stated, also, yeah, I don't think there's under any obligation to provide timestamps. It's kind of ridiculous, but frankly, I don't know. I mean, you asked for proof or something. I don't know. I'll take that back. But I also don't think, I think asking is fine, but also not providing is also fine. Fence sitter, anyway. Condescending attitude stems from your overall Enfield journey since release. No single point that feels condescending. It feels away in combination with every previous video you've made. Point of view, which you're pretty much reinforcing in response to my comment, is that 1.4 is the first time Enfield deserves to be treated with a fair share of positivity. Condescending because everything before 1.4 feels like it's being written off as bad to mid by someone who doesn't play the mainstream gachas. It's why the Enfield feels miles ahead compared to them in many aspects. With this, you are essentially alienating the mainstream gacha audience by painting Enfield's value in isolation with Arknights rather than attempting to convey how much better it is in many ways than pretty much everything else that a mainstream 3D action gacha, while pointing out its shortcomings in comparison to Arknights. A video like that would seem fair. If you think Arknights is a 9 or 10 and Enfield is somewhere between a 6 and a 7, you're not wrong, but it doesn't matter when everything else on the market is a 3 or 4 at best. You're alienating the mainstream gacha audience with your compared to Arknights attitude. This is what I meant when I said that creators like you don't appreciate Enfield for what it is. Of course not, if you don't have the perspective of mainstream gacha players who gave the game a fair chance to have on Enfield. Just me sharing my experience of watching Hyper FCCs losing the mainstream Enfield community because they're not appreciating the game for what it means for the competition due to the lack of perspective. And from your response, which basically reads as go somewhere else, I assume you don't necessarily care if you're responsible presenting the game. I believe that only looking at one side of the coin is perfectly fine with any negative side effects this may bring to the game. That's fine. I just didn't realize you were okay with it. My response goal was to explain why this segment of the Enfield community went silent, checking the Arknights forums, other OG Arknights content creators communities, Discords and Reddit, see how Enfield should move on and grow, yields a half-truth at best and elitism at worst, none of which will help the game achieve their goals when its players on either side of the coin desire. The centrist? Yeah, video is not very insulting either. I mean, someone tell me if I'm wrong. Maybe we're in an echo chamber right now. Aware, but was there like an insult hurled or, you know, I guess he said it was condescending. I mean, compared to clapping seals, who we like defended, who we said was like based, basically, who we like endorsed. I don't know. What I mean. Yeah, by defending Arknights, you can have a fruitful discussion. It's very annoying, but you can't argue with haters. If you do, it's called toxic positivity. He's just acting out exaggerated responses in the hope that he gets clipped and talked about. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. What's the conclusion? We're all on the same side. Critique is good. Critiquing the critique is fine. I mean, yeah, I guess. But also, also, like, if the intention is to like help the game and have it be better, like a lot of these discussions are not framed in that mindset. And also, by the way, a review is not an amalgamation of opinions from like reporting on quote unquote the larger community, or like, you know, threads and streams and comment sections and stuff. Like, that's not what a review is. So there's stuff like that. Just like, you know, like this, it's boring. Like, it's kind of just getting boring. I don't know. This is such a truth nuke. I feel like I don't mean any like ill will. I don't want anyone to feel bad, but I feel like there's some criticism in these comments that is like worth looking into, like worth self-reflecting on. Just saying. Just saying. Like think about it, dude. Like, I don't know, if you're like a Supa viewer or something and you love Arknight's Endfield, like, doesn't it just feel like a humiliation ritual at this point? Like, be honest. Maybe you can see past it. Maybe you're a better man, woman, whatever NB than I am. But I feel like if that was me, like, imagine liking like Genshin in you know who's community, or like any Hoyoverse game, or basically anything. And who knows, like, doesn't it just feel like a humiliation ritual at this point? It doesn't just kind of feel like you're like, why am I, you know, why am I listening to someone like ridicule something I like? Because it's not just criticism. Like, these criticisms are dog ass. This like 7 years of experience potential game shit is like dog water. It's dog shit. It's not good criticism. It's just like whining and complaining, like, frankly. So, you know, is it not humiliating? Is it not like gesture maxing at this point? I don't know, man. I'm just the messenger. I'm just reporting. Don't kill the messenger. I'm just reporting what I'm seeing. So we are in fact already in an echo chamber. Yeah, dude, where's PK? God damn it. Disagree. I think Enfield's great. You don't think the other Enfield 3D gotchas are horrible? They have flaws that Enfield doesn't, but they're enjoyable in their own ways. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Arcanized is also not the end all be all IMO. Yeah. I don't know, man. Like, I just, you know, I think it's also why, like, you know, we call this a review a nothing burger or whatever. I mean, there are good things in it. Now that I read that it's just an amalgamation of like Reddit threads and stuff, I don't know why I should care about this review, or like any review in the future. If it's just like, this is what the Reddit and Twitter threads and stuff are saying, I don't know, man. Like, I don't know. Bridge burned, maybe? I don't know. I have no idea. Drama slop channel? I don't know, maybe. My drama slop now? Why don't we hold Hoyo games to the 7 years of development experience standard when they had Honkai Mike 3rd and GGZ before? Yeah, because it's illogical. It's an illogical statement. Because it doesn't make any sense. My bad. No shade to, well, I don't know. Whatever. Whatever. Pick between tribalist and toxic positivity guy who doesn't spit on other games while glazing the stuff he plays. Yeah, I'm going toxic positive. Lopez confirmed botted. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Oh, is there any more to this discussion?
Can't be, right? If you actually watch the whole preview, I don't know why you think that it was negative in any way. I think in fact it might be one of the fullest review that I gave to practically everything that's happening in Endfield. The thumbnail plus title questionable, but we changed it already. Please continue allowing these kind of
90 viewers, but I see the same names in chat. Volpez confirmed botted viewers is what you meant to say? Oh, okay.
people on my channel. Of course I will. It's freedom of commenting, it's freedom of speech, it's freedom of everything. I'm all in for freedom of anything. It's the very reason why when people are doing stupid takes on YouTube, I don't really go against them, per se, unless like it's really, really, really shit and damaging. Like, no matter how much certain content creators right now say things about Endfield.
Chat, if you laugh to get sniped.
Their influence is only limited. They're not going to convince the white crowd, but like something like what Tobo did at the start of the game when you nuke drop a review video that almost sends a large portion of people immediately not taking the game for what it is or not even wanting to try the game. That's sad. That's something that I would think is worth addressing.
Chat, if you laugh, I swear to God, chat, if you laugh, you are getting taken out. You are getting your neck snapped. Don't laugh. Do not laugh. Believes in freedom of venting unless it's against him. I mean, I don't know if he's saying it's not allowed, but you know. I mean, what's different? Like the thing is, bro, what's genuinely different from what Tobro did from like, you know, dropping your like in a week before contingency contract, dropping a review saying like new players should not play Arcanized Endfield and that it's like a bad game. Is that not doing the same damage? Like genuinely, like I don't mean to be mean about it, but like this is what sometimes you just have to say you have to say the truth out loud. I don't know. From 1984 ourselves, like is this, am I crazy? Am I crazy for that? Speed laugh. Am I crazy? I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
So yeah. Thank you, Chen.
I see you, bro. Democracy comes with retardation, I'm afraid. I see you in the chat, bro. I caught.
Best floof ball, stress ball ever. Alright. Stop hitting her.
Okay. Man. It was like Cookie swings back and forth on Enfield every single week. Again, dude, I want to believe, or you know, I want to believe, but like just when I just don't really think of, I don't know if these actions are concurrent with the actions of someone who like truly likes the game. I mean, some of it is like cognitive dissonance, like saying that what Tobro did was wrong, dropping a big review right before the game came out to say that it's shit and not to play the game. Meanwhile, like right before contingency contract, the biggest event came out, dropping a review saying don't play the game. Like, again, am I crazy? I genuinely might be crazy. Like, it might just be me. I might be stupid. Like, I don't know. But like, is the simulation breaking? The max. I'm just kidding, by the way. I didn't mean to call you out. I was just joking. I was just joking. That was just a joke. Listening to your last video at work, I agree with all your takes. Yo, thank you, bro. Thanks for dropping in. Thanks for watching the video. I appreciate it. I appreciate people are enjoying the videos. Tobro will be like, I want to have a discussion, drops a review on the game 8 hours after launch. He got the seed of doubt in his brain. Time to strike. I think bro's just here for he's like a Coliseum enjoyer. I think bro would be like a Saturday night regular at the Coliseum back in the day. I'm convinced. Bread and circus. Chatter. I had to leave. What did I miss? We're still in that video. Welcome to the Volpe STF live stream where we spend 5 hours discussing one topic. We don't actually play video games here. We just spend hours discussing topics together. Welcome. Also, you're the guy who when I said earlier about the thing about the story thing, and then I was like, welcome to the cult, you'll be converted soon enough. I had a story tangent earlier in the stream. Just rewind the VOD and you'll be fucking initiated into the cult. You're welcome. We had a long story tangent where I talked about everything about the story stuff. You're welcome. Welcome to the cult, brother. Sister, envy, whatever. I just browsed YouTube and would see that and not touch Endfield with a 100-meter stick. I mean, brother, like, I think just one thing is just like, why does it matter what like the larger, like the quote unquote larger community thinks? And if again, this is all I'm going to say. If I see another reporting video, if I see another video where like, this is just a report of the community, I better see some fucking evidence. And I'm talking Jason Schreier. Like, if you got some Jason Schreier level of journalism, again, there's a reason that he's him, bro. He is Himothy. He is him for a reason. Because he does the work. He is the guy. So when he speaks, we all shut up and listen to Jason Schreier, okay? But like, if like we're not doing that, why are we saying like this report on the community like is super negative about the game? Oh, Enfield, like, you know, Enfield is a game where if new players look at it, they won't see anything that's good and that's bad. Like, why are we doing that? Yo, Captain Pingu, yo, thanks for following on Twitch. Thank you. Isn't like the game, once the game succeeds, so we can leech off its popularity to grow his viewer base. It wouldn't have happened because he's not actually interested to watch. I mean, you know, I'm not gonna speculate on motives and stuff like that. I'm gonna leave that to, I'm gonna leave that alone. Like, I'm not interested in like speculating on motives because, again, I'm interested in like the conversations and discussions around the game. I mean, this is fun. This is a fun conversation, but oh man. Volpez server should be named to changed to Volpez, or sorry, Discord server should be changed to Volpez Echo Chamber. Be kind of a good name. Thank you, Kuki, for replying to the comment, or else this stream wouldn't exist. I also kind of feel sorry for bro over here because he did get relentlessly shit on, and I don't think, like, I don't know. I feel like be nice, I guess. Try your best to like be nice, but and don't like rage bait or whatever. But I don't think it was necessarily that bad. Like, where's the pound it? Oh my bad. Here, pound it, bro. Thank you. Played a lot of gacha games, but the reason why you like Enfield is because you feel like they went a different route with their game. Yeah, that's kind of how we feel around here. It's interesting that you needed that perspective from playing other games to feel that way. Thing is, bro, is like I'm not even gonna do like I understand like the two who gotcha god thing of like you need I mean perspective is good. I think you can still bring value to a discussion. If really all you want to do is have like the Arknight's perspective, there's still like valuable things you can bring to the discussion. But I just think like the negativity and then like again like the whole like seal clapping thing is not it. Is not it. Like if you want to know why the game has a bad reputation, maybe it's because like the biggest Arknight's creator is constantly saying that the game has a bad reputation. That's kind of how like perception works. Like, he does an Arknight's Enfield watch party, gets 20,000 views on a fucking live stream. He's like the biggest. Everyone looks to him. He is shaping the narrative. You are shaping the narrative, right? Nobody's showing up to fucking my dog ass live stream to watch the Enfield thing. 20,000. Like, look at the. Since we care about numbers, I mean, this is a good thing, right? This is people are showing up. People care. You shape the narrative. If you say that the fucking game is terrible, the narrative is going to be the game is terrible. The game's in a bad spot. Game's on the edge. Game's teetering. You know? Because Enfield creators Kyostin, I mean, yeah, he doesn't really do opinion videos or video essays or anything like that. So he's more of a strict like value kind of guy, I think, which is good. I respect him, obviously, but you know what I'm saying. It can bounce back if Enfield adds pity carryover. Please do. You can't criticize criticism of Enfield video only after Typho's story analysis. Those inflammatory videos generate more attention, but like your story analysis. I will do a Typho's story analysis. Don't worry, because those are my favorite videos to make, and I really like doing those. So I will continue to do them. I want to try and get it out much faster. So normally I would not stream the story. I would wait, but I think this time I'm gonna probably stream the story as soon as I can to watch it. Because then I have to like rewatch it for the analysis videos. I have to do all sorts of stuff. So it takes a lot of time. And I want to get started on it sooner rather than later. So the content drop video is the obligatory pandering to detractors, but the video decrying about 50/50s was odd. Huh. You were one of those people defending Enfield on Twitter for like the first 2 months of the game, then you realize most of those people are just baiting for engagement. Yeah, like I said, I've said before, like don't bother with the haters. It's kind of just like a gesture maxing humiliation ritual. Cause like I mean, the thing is, you know, like this whole idea, like maybe it's just a different philosophy, like a guiding philosophy on like how to develop and give feedback and discussion. And like he was saying, like, don't talk about what you like about the game. You got to listen to like the people that hate the game. And I just kind of enjoy talking about what I like about the game. And I give my criticisms. And I mean, I hear those. The thing is like, yeah, I hear those things. I hear those things that the haters are saying. They don't necessarily have like value. Like the 7 years of experience does not have value. Obviously, I heard it. Obviously, like I even addressed it. It doesn't have value, man. Like that's not how you fix the game, is by telling the developers like, shame on you. You have 7 years of experience. Why isn't this better? You know? Cookie isn't even a story guy, so he can't actually give an Arknight's player perspective in any meaningful way. Yeah, you don't. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Gained viewers since dropping that 1.4 story criticism. By the way, the 1.4 critique video, or not? It's not really a critique. It's more like an explained. I get like this one. Yeah, I want to make more of these. I want to make more of these. This is how I like story analysis is my true passion. I do really like I like true passion. Like I love talking about the games and the gameplay and the game design and like chatting like live on stream and stuff, but I really love story analysis. That's like my jam. So yeah. The videos are really tiring though. I'm not gonna lie. I really want to do that. I really want to do it for the next one, but they're super tiring. But yeah. Criticism tier list when? Feel vindicated? Okay. Yeah, this line, by the way, bro, I feel like we can't be saying that. Like, I do not condone this. I'm just gonna say it because you said I'm not gonna condone. Well, actually, I'm not gonna say this. I don't condone this, by the way. I don't think that's good. I think we should. I think we should. I think we should call it something else. Like that's not very good. I disagree with this, but criticism tier list would be so funny. Maybe we could do that. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. Some good ideas coming out of this stream. Might do that. Oh man. Is there anything else? Any closing thoughts, arguments, ideas? Is there anything in my notes I didn't mention yet? Let me make sure I got everything. Yeah, metric for live stream views. Why do live stream views matter? Why do viewership stuff matter? Yeah, saying that like the game is struggling, has low player base is not like real criticism or feedback. It's just kind of like what, yeah, it's nobody cares. It's possible to do critique and feedback without this baseless conjecture about the game is dying and bleeding payers and the community hates it, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Yeah. That has nothing to do with like giving more voice lines to the MC. Yeah. Yeah. Also, yeah. What's the standard for success? Like, at what point can we say that our Enfield, like, what is the standard that we're judging this by? That Enfield, the majority of people don't feel that it's a good game. The majority of people don't like it. That's what he said to this guy. Is like the majority of people don't feel that way. They don't think it's a good game. They don't feel positively about it. So, like, who's the majority? Who are we talking about? What's the standard for that? At what threshold have we suddenly like reached the majority? Why does it matter there needs to be a majority? Who cares? Why does the ambition for the game have to be that? Yeah, why does the ambition of the game have to be like Activision or NetEase or Tencent, where there needs to be like financial growth quarter over quarter? We got to squeeze more monetization, harder. Like, what if the ambition of Hypergriff is just to make like their vision, their project, their game that they want to make, still making money, still in the green, still have a good community? Why does it need to be like mass appeal slop that just like because the you know whatever isn't the same as Genshin? Yeah, there's so many problems. There's so many problems. Oh yeah, if you're asking about my Discord, The way to get into my Discord is to go to, we keep it on the DL. We only really mention it in the lives. The way to go to my Discord is to um, go to my Twitch page, scroll down. There's a button you can press. That's how you do it. Game is successful, does better than Genshin. Donate 300 for the Discord. Trust. Okay, yeah. You don't have to. No. Don't donate for the Discord link. I know you're joking, but no. Yeah, I mean, dude, the whole thing about the live service is just that something that I've said this before, I think, in one of my videos, but you know, like it's a journey, man. Like you get on the journey if you enjoy the journey of like, you're actually looking forward to new things, new content. You're excited for the journey. You're enjoying playing it now. Like it's a journey. It's not like if you really like, there are plenty of games that are like have been running for 5, 6, 7 years that you can go jump into MMOs, gotchas, go start Genshin, go start Wuthering Waves, go start all these games that have been running for years, go start Zenless Zero. Like, I don't know, go play more Arknights, like go start a new Arknights account if that's like literally the only video game that is like acceptable or whatever. New Gotcha War topic hit the Enfield subreddit. Wait, what? Gotcha successful. It makes enough money for the company to make profit, and they keep adding content over time. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, a lot of these like Arknights, for example. I'm assuming Arknights, like the success of Arknights, fueled the development of other projects. Like with Genshin, like people have this like fantasy that like, oh, my developer is so cool because they funnel the profits back into the game. It's like not how it works. Even just realistically, how would you funnel profit back into the game? With more like by basically hiring more developers, but it's been pretty clearly debunked that you don't just like you don't make better content, you don't make faster content by just hiring more developers. Oftentimes, like higher teams, higher like number of people in a team even actually makes things like slower and worse. So anyway, a lot of times like the profit is even used to like fuel new projects. So it's just funny. Made a video. I left Enfield one day before 1.4 drops. I haven't seen much. I've heard of this. I haven't seen much about any of this. Um, Sometimes I just literally don't care. Like, I just kind of don't care. Oh wait, that was the one. Oh wait, that was the one where the guy was like, um, oh, like the Enfield players will try to kill you because you criticize the game or something. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like doing that. I don't like those generalizations or whatever, but whatever. It's not like the majority of people think Arknights is a good game. Majority of people would see tower defense in the description and not even bother trying it. Yeah, no, I mean if the idea is like the percent, like the game's reputation or something, like I said, bro, Arknights is in trouble. It's got less viewers than Genshin, less players than Genshin, makes less money than Genshin. Just not doing well, man. Hmm. Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know. Have we have we slopped enough? Have we slopped enough like little piggies in our trough? Like good little piggies? Making more money doesn't mean better game. Usually just means worse monetization. Yeah. 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 I mean, dude, like I said, I mean, if this is okay, yeah, maybe getting a little parasocial. Obviously, Hypergraph is a company, they want to make money. They have a gotcha system. They're not really like that, they still have all that. Not to get parasocial with my $1 billion company, but if Hypergraph has made all of these decisions that they knew would hurt their own like player retention and kind of like player numbers or whatever, but they did it anyway, it's kind of fair to say that like they maybe are not at the same level of these like giga mega corpos where it's just like quarter over quarter financial gain, like must make more, squeeze more, like squeeze your players, squeeze your users and shitification. Like, is it possible that Hypergraph maybe is like maybe more satisfied with a more humble outcome than necessarily like, Genshin money? Like they have a maybe more realistic goal, you know? I don't know, dude. Like I said, if we really care so much about community perception, we need to stop caring. It doesn't matter. The haters are not going to come back to the game. By the way, like the Tobro refugees, the haters, like all these people, they're really not interested in the game. They're interested in hating. They're not going to come back to the game. They don't give a fuck. You could add a fucking like, I don't know. You could, have like a private, like the game could have like a private chef that like delivers them food. Hypergraph could like mail them gold bars every single month. They would never come back to the game, right? So, like it doesn't matter really what the like doing the gesture maxing to get on your hands and knees and lick the fucking taint and balls of the haters for a crumb of like affection and approval, right? Like I think what developers and live service games really even care about are like, what does their player base want? Like they have their vision of their video game that they have made that has now appealed to a certain amount of people. Let them worry about if they want to like sponsor like people like XQC or whatever the fuck to try and appeal to a broader audience. Let them worry about all that. I think that was a waste of money, but anyway, let them worry about that. But the haters are not going to come back. The haters, it's a humiliation ritual. They're not going to come back. It doesn't matter what they have to say. Just in a review, just talk about what you like or don't like. Like, this is a cop out. This is a cop out. This reporting thing is a cop out. Either do Jason Schreier, either become Jason Schreier 2.0, or like, I don't give a fuck what your report says. I don't care. Sorry. Is that harsh? I just don't care. So. I don't care what the Tobro refugees think about the game. I genuinely could not care less what Mr. Clapping Seals has to say about the state of the game and like what should be improved in the game. I genuinely could give less of a shit what Mr. Clapping Seals, Ostrich Man, IDF metal enjoyer has to say. I do not care. Do not care. And I'm not going to get on my hands and knees to try and get these people. It's not my job to get on my hands and knees and like beg these people to try my game again. Not my fucking job. Sorry. If Hypergraph is paying you, that's one thing. They're not paying me to do that, so sorry. Oh. Certainly not in a rush to make more money. They since they still haven't released a single skin, those will sell like crazy. Yeah, if they really wanted to, they could start selling skins. Like, I don't think it probably takes that long. And maybe armchair developer, I don't know. Already seeing Endfield doing poorly because people have so many pools saved up. Hot take, I don't think the intended audience was ever the Wu or Genshin Impact crowd. Yeah, probably not. Probably not. Well, I mean, because the thing is, there's this idea that like, someone that plays Genshin only plays Genshin. People are very diverse. Like there will be people that maybe only play that. There will be people that play lots of things. Like genuinely, and when you look at the decisions the developers make, I'm inclined to draw the conclusion that I think the Hypergriff, and based on what they've done with Arknights for their like 7-year-long journey with that game, I'm inclined to think that like what their philosophy is more of like, we have this vision. We want to bring this vision into reality. We think this is a vision for a really fun, good game. And people that are on board with our vision will like join us for that journey. But otherwise, whatever, like, handshakes all around, I guess. But like, obviously they care. They want people to play the game. They market. They want to make money. They're a company. Okay. I know. But at the same time, who cares? Like, who cares what the refugees are saying? Who cares what the haters are saying? You've heard of Wuthering Waves, but have you heard of Clapping Seals? Because my game made more money than yours, and it obviously means the game is better than yours. Yeah. Hey, she's being very deliberate. Yeah. You don't just accidentally stumble into all of these design choices. It's impossible. You don't like when it's maybe if it was like dumb company doesn't know how to make money. When there's like 5, 6 different design choices, it is so deliberate. It's obvious. It's so obvious. I don't know, dude. I question why, people like this are more embraced. Like the Clapping Seals comment is more embraced than like this comment right here, Like, yeah, I know, long comment, but you have to ask yourself, why is a sizable portion of the Enfield community wants to watch new creators who, oh, wait, hold on, this is a different one, sorry. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Enfield's been in a poor state for months. I hate this kind of undeserved petulant glaze. At least the Wooishills aren't giving the devs misleading surveys about the state of the game. Enfield needs supporters who can help address its flaws, not clapping seals that stick their heads in the sand whenever they're coming into contact with a different narrative. Like, you have to question why this is being embraced more than like this. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say. Where have we heard that language before? When 1.6 drops with SUH, the earnings will be so small relative to her popularity because everyone has a whole patch to save up. Not even counting everyone who saved up for her longer. Yeah, like the one character patch with Typhus, 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 Typhus. Yep. All right. All right. Maybe we slopped it up enough. Oink oink in my trough, rolling around in my slop in my trough. Yummy yummy. And this is correct, by the way. And this is correct, by the way. Just saying. Just saying. This is correct, by the way. In reply to this. Enfield is the Jesus of gacha games. Yeah, takeaway. Enfield is the promised day, the second coming. Regardless of the time to save up, people are simply not ready to have this conversation. I've said this before, but Enfield's way too forgiving to make as much money as people want it to. Yeah, like, dude, again, like this whole thing, if we're looking at like sensor tower revenue, and again, this is why we're saying that like the majority of people obviously don't like Enfield. The majority of people don't feel the same way. Like, you know, again, if you have you actually need the perspective on the other games if you want to, you know, say that take Sensor Tower as an example of why Enfield is doing worse than the other gacha games, because you understand that Enfield does not do the duplicate shilling. Like, there's a reason that Honkai Star Rail coined the term E2 merchant. We understand this, right? We understand that the expectation in that game is to spend hundreds upon hundreds of dollars. Like, we understand, right? And like dupes in Enfield barely do anything. Also, no quality of life in the duplicates, quality of life in the signatures. I mean, I've said this many times at this point. I guess I have to keep repeating it. Like, if it's just Sensor Tower data, bro, like, again, I don't feel the need to like defend my company's revenue, but like why are we doing this whole like narrative of like the haters, the game's not doing well, the game's in a bad spot? It's not in a bad spot. It's a good game. I don't know, I'm being 1984'd into believing the game is not doing well, or like it's not a good game. It's a good game. I don't care what the fucking Tobro refugees have to say about that. We know what they think already. We know what they think about the game. Sensor Tower PvP is so dumb. Yeah. No point in dupes for either characters or weapons. No shilling, no $30 character skins, so on and so forth. Yeah. 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 Dude, I currently have like 90,000 ore barrels, including my regiometry, plus like 50 pulls in the exchange shop. Dude, I'm set. Like, I'm set on my like BP plus monthly pass spending for like the next like 3-4 characters that I want. You know, maybe I'll skip another 1 or 2 in the middle. But like, I'm set, dog. Like, I don't need to wail on anything. Maybe like it's luck dependent. Yeah, people were dropping money on like Lino and stuff I saw, but it's luck dependent. I skipped Lino, but you know, I don't know. Anecdotal, I guess. You know what Volpe is trying to say is that Enfield's a good game, guys. Maybe it's not a good game. We're just hallucinating. It's just that Tobro spread the idea that Hyperglyph folded to greed and created Genshin 2 or something, too enticing of a story for Arknights that don't like Enfield. Yeah, it's such a weird, ridiculous, such a weird point of propaganda. It's so ridiculous. Man, I don't know. I don't know. Just stop bending to the haters. Just stop getting on our hands and knees for the haters. The haters do not matter. They don't matter. Like, I also just be so like, the reason sources are important, by the way, when we're talking about reporting, like, you know, you need evidence to say that somebody's like playing the game, right? Do we like, if somebody is like a fucking Tobro refugee, like just a day one hater, like has barely like never even tried the game, like, and like we're using their opinion to say that like the community is not so hot on Enfield. Does anybody give a fuck? Honestly, does anybody care? It does. Like, I just, for all we know, like we don't have data. We're not doing, again, like Jason Schreier is the GOAT. It's because he's trusted. He has journalistic integrity. He's built a reputation for himself over many years of doing proper journalism. You know, he's like the only, I mean, there's probably more, but he's like one of the only like truly reputable gaming journalists you can think of. I'm sure there's more. I don't know that many, but like the dungeon exploration of Enfield, there should be more like this. I agree. I agree. I like that. I like that idea. I like that idea. So does the math say that That doesn't lie when it says people have 96% of characters plus weapons with BP plus monthly. Is that true? Now that we have rerun banners, you can actually aim for specific characters and even get dupes if you really want them. Yeah. 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 You're a BP plus monthly player and have every character only missing 2 weapons sitting on 80k barrels and 30k arsenal tickets. Despite having to hard pity both Lino and Arcane. Interesting. Interesting. It's still probably above average luck, but I understand that. I need them to like my game to feel validated. Yeah, man, I just... Yeah, the environment, I like the environmental design in Delver. It's very chill. Yeah, I enjoy Delver. Delver is like, you know, essentially it's like exploration. It's like Enfield. You get the Enfield exploration experience without them having to pump out like an entire new map. Above 90% for sure. Yeah, what's up, Zal? Link to Reddit thread in the Discord. But I don't know if we have, I don't know if we can go over an entirely new thing. But yeah, I get what you're saying on the gotcha, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Any closing thoughts? This is kind of like we got like just to make sure we get it right. I mean, I kind of don't feel like I need to do this, but you know, hopefully the bridge is not burned. Hopefully, hopefully we're all good. Um, this can hopefully be seen as more of a discussion than like a takedown. I mean, no one's gonna fucking watch this anyway, so who cares? No one even knows who I am. Nobody cares. I think if people care more about the gotcha than the actual game improving or getting better, then I don't know what the point of playing a video game is. I mean, monetization is important, you know, I guess. At a certain point, it's not, at a certain point, it's more about the game than, you know, once those things have already been decided. Free to play in Enfield is weird. You get every character you go for, but having to skip a character feels horrible since every character you skip feels like it'd be game changing. I mean, it's kind of true in gotcha games in general. You know, it sucks to lose out on a character. It's kind of true. Yeah. Speaking of Jason Schreier, still remember his early days when he criticized Dragon Crown for having such a high school character design? Been the lead designer since. Okay, I don't know. I don't remember that story. That's weird. Yeah, that's odd. That's odd. Oh, all right. I want to just, I'm kind of stalling because I don't want to leave anything unsaid now that we're on this. I think I said everything that I wanted to say. So hold on. Wait, don't wait. He's got one more in him. Hold on. Wait one sec. He's got one more in him. Wait a sec. Wait a sec. Yeah, I think the last thing I basically had, I might be reiterating on this, but I think was one of the most important takeaways too is like this like the whole clapping seals thing, these people just want to stick their heads in the sand. It's such a big, like, to me, it's a bigger derail of any like proper discussion than anything to do with like the Enfield defenders, you know? Like I even like that this thing that we watched. Hold on, he's got one more in him. Even this thing that we watched, even this thing, like I don't think this comment was like as harsh. There was one thing in there that was like a bit like kind of like the guy was being the Riddler. Like I foresaw this reaction or something, which probably could have been left out. But I don't think it was as harsh as it's maybe seemed. And like I think the bigger detractor is the people that want to cry about toxic positivity and whatever. You know, you can't criticize Arknight's Endfield. This is like the biggest problem, and it's not the impression that I want to make. So, yeah, and I think something else. What I was going to say is that I made an example of this earlier, but like there's definitely ways to criticize the game that is not just like that. You know, like with this comment, it was basically saying like, that's cool if you think Enfield's good, but you're like in the minority, right? Like you can criticize the game without making statements like that, right? You can very easily do that. It's obvious, like there's an obvious difference between real critique and saying stuff like, this game is dog shit, fire all the devs, where's my 7 years of experience? Or, you know, people are not hot in this game. The general community doesn't like this game. General, like the, you know, outlook of this game is bad, teetering on the edge, et cetera, probably reiterating myself, but, I mean, and if the goal is to help the, like I said, like if the goal is to help the way the impression of the game is and make it have a more positive impression on the community, I think having like the guy that's drawing these like 20,000 view streams just for watching like a watch party, I mean, which is obviously more than anything else, right? PC launch. Like, obviously, this is like people like this. To have like the representative constantly saying that everyone hates the game is like shapes the narrative. And if the goal is to help the game, then it's kind of not. Because I mean, if the goal is to help the game, I mean, you see how this looks, right? You see how this looks, right? See how this looks, right? So, anyway, at the end of the day, I think everybody's generally good faith. We'll see. See. I think he's agenda maxing, but still misrepresenting the game. Yeah, I think so. I think so. Goals to help change the game. They need to change Pikachu's outfit. You got to go rewatch that part of the VOD that you missed. I'll convert you. I'll convert you to one of us. Don't even worry about it. Don't even sweat it. All right. All right. Anyway, that's just my opinion on how to, you know, what's better for the health of the game and the community and all that stuff. Just my opinion. Just my opinion. Actually, it's not even my opinion. I'm just the messenger. Nothing, dude, literally, the stream's been going for 5 hours. Nothing said in this video is my opinion. I'm just the messenger, okay? I'm gonna have to snap your neck now. Don't hate me. I'm just the messenger. Now I gotta snap your neck. Anyway, I'm just the messenger. Okay? I'm just the messenger. If you know, you know. Anyway, yeah, I'm just the messenger. Don't kill the messenger. I'm just relaying what I've seen other people saying. That's all it is. That's all it is. Don't come at me, okay? W stream, W slop. Oink oink in my trough. W slop. Closing thoughts. Get them in now. Get them in now. Persona 5 OST, Beneath the Mask. Really, really great song. Really great song. Warm melodies, chilling undertones, relaxing vibes. Probably some of their best work. That's my review of Persona 5 OST, Beneath the Mask. Thank you. Thank you. We're all happy, full piggies. That's all I can ask. That's all I can ask, that my little piggies are all nice and well fed. Nice and plump and well fed. Thanks for the stream. Yo, thanks for watching, bro. I appreciate it. Bye. Thanks everybody for lurking and chatting and hanging out and following and subbing and all that stuff. I appreciate everybody. Fun time today. Fun time today. Appreciate y'all. Thanks for the support on the videos and stuff too. Appreciate y'all. Thoughts closed. When people clown on each other, it's when you lose any chance of growth. the people are saying your neck should be snapped. Oh man. Yeah, maybe we'll do like a scripted thing as well. We'll see. We'll see. When stream, bro. See you later. You might change my mind on Arcane Story, but that Pikachu outfit's a fashion crime. Yeah, it's subjective. I mean, it grew on me, but it's okay. It's okay. All right, guys. GGs. Thanks for watching again. Thanks for coming to my stream. Thanks for coming to my broadcast. Appreciate y'all. I'll see you guys in the next one. See you guys in the next one. Bye bye. Bye bye. See you next time. Bye bye.